I know of two people who are excused, and Harold is at Board of Public Works and is going to come here after that's over. So I haven't heard that anybody else is not coming. So here's hoping that we have a couple more folks show up. And have you heard from anybody else that they're not going to be able to attend?
Nope, just Nikki and Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Oh, I hadn't heard about Nikki. She's excused as well. We heard about Bill.
Oh,
Nikki's excused as well?
I believe so. Let me double check.
We need one more for quorum. I'm assuming Denise is coming. Oh, there she is. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have quorum. Excellent. Okay. It is now 5 o'clock, and I'll call the Transportation Commission meeting for December 13th, 2023 to order. And Ariana, if you could please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual Transportation Commission meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ariana. Aiden, if you could call the roll, please.
Sure thing. Juliana Bennett. MGR Govindarajan.
Here.
Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford is excused tonight. Barbara Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Denise Jess.
I'm here.
Pepe Barros. Looks like he's connecting right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, there he is.
And Darren Wozniewski.
Darren's here.
Yeah, I see him in the.
Yep.
I'm here. I couldn't get to go off mute.
Okay.
All right.
Hey,
Chris.
I don't know if you went through my name already. Sorry. I'm stuck in traffic, but here I am.
Thanks, Pepe. We got you. Chris McCahill.
Here.
Nikki Vandermeulen is excused tonight. Bill Bremer is excused tonight. And Harold Kleems, who is at the BPW meeting at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay. Everybody have a chance to look at the minutes from the meeting of November 29th. Chris.
Move approval of the minutes.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second, McKinney.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a second from Alder Harrington McKinney. Any discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. And do we have anybody registered under item number 1 for items not on the agenda?
Nope, we do not.
Okay, I assume we have people registered for other items?
Yep, we have several for
Okay.
items 3 and 4.
Okay, all right. How about disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, seeing no hands. Everybody have a chance to look at the consent agenda? We just had one item on it this time. Chris?
Move approval of the item on the consent agenda.
Okay, there's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Govindarajan.
Okay, there's a second. Any discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay. Motion's carried. So that takes us on to item number 3, which is Planning Division staff update on the West Area Plan. And since I believe we have people registered to speak on this item, is that correct? Aiden?
Yep. We have several.
Okay. So what I would propose is our normal process where we would have a presentation by staff, then we would hear from the public, and then we would have questions and discussion after that. So Ben and Linda, who's going to do the presentation? Linda?
Yes, I'll kick things off, and then Ben will pick up after I'm done. So,
okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll just wait a minute till the show is up. Good evening, everybody. I'm Linda Horvath, she, her pronouns. I work with the Planning Division, and I'm joined by my colleague and co-manager on the West Area Plan, Ben Zellers. We also are working with Brianna Collins, Urvashi Martin, Colin Punt, and Shay Wegner as part of our direct planning team for this project. Next slide. So we're going to cover just a quick update on the overview on the planning framework. Then we'll give a background on the plan with a focus on draft transportation actions. And then we'll open it up for discussion based on the questions we provided in our memo. Next slide. So the planning framework is a new approach that we're using in the planning division to cover the whole city with area plans covering the areas you see on the screen. We're going to do this or attempt to do this over the next 10 years. First off out of the gates are the Northeast and West area plans. Starting next year, we'll move to the Southeast and Southwest plans. This is an approach we're using to, again, try to cover the whole city as we have not been able to do with plans over time. So we'll be able to do that in about 10 years. We're focusing primarily on physical actions that the city can take for improvements and guidance for growth and development. And so this is things that we cover with our comprehensive plan, things like future land use, transportation, stormwater management, parks. We're also doing a lot more interagency collaboration with parks, with engineering, traffic engineering than we're used to doing. So that's been quite a bit of help coordinating with the park development plans, stormwater management plans for some of the greenways, etc. We are also doing a deeper dive on trying to reach folks that we typically haven't been seeing participating in our planning processes over time. And this has been done by hiring community partners, organizations in the community that have established relationships with people in underrepresented groups like those folks, people of color, people who rent, folks that we haven't typically been seeing. So those folks have been out in the community quite a bit over the last year, reaching out in areas that are particular to the West Side for us and Northeast. Next slide, please. The West area covers about 5,600 acres, bounded by the blue line that you see on the screen, South Midvale Boulevard on the east, Lake Mendota and the city of Middleton to the north, and the West Beltline Highway on the west and south. There's about 30,000 people living in this area. About 27.5% of those folks are people of color, and there are about 25,000 jobs. Next slide. So we have been doing quite a bit of public participation over this last year. We've been doing virtual and in-person public meetings. We've had online commenting maps as well as surveys up on the webpage. We've been doing committee and commission check-ins like we're doing this evening a few different times in the process. We also, again, as I mentioned before, are collaborating closely with other agencies on these plans. We've done some work with businesses recently to try to find out what their needs are. We also had worked with the UW People program through Bell Phillips Memorial High School back in the spring to work with students and find out what their needs are. And then the Lusher Summer Interns at Lusher Community Education Center, as well as focus groups with the Chinese community, folks who are interested in the arts. We've talked with folks with that interest, and then did some targeted focus groups in the Lusher and Wexford areas. Next slide. Feedback that we've been hearing has been mixed. Sometimes we hear things that are maybe you might consider a little bit contradictory. It is a very large area, so we've heard plenty of people saying they do want to maintain lower density and lower rise buildings. But then we've also heard plenty of people who are interested in seeing more mixed use buildings and higher buildings as well. Expand the bike path network. A lot of people have said they feel much more comfortable riding bikes on paths that are off the street. But then there are plenty of folks, some of whom you'll hear from this evening, who don't want paths, for example, in greenways on this side of town. And maybe that's true in other parts of the town as well, or city. So more parking has been raised as a need, but then also there are quite a few people who say we want more of a priority on people and not cars. Next slide. So again, as far as those folks that we're trying to reach who don't typically hear from, unsafe walking routes to and from the schools has been a big topic, both in talking with teenagers at the high school and middle school, but then also in talking with principals at the elementary schools in the area. We've heard, and you'll see from Ben, that there are some problem areas here that we're focusing on with our draft actions. Again, that on-street bike lane, sometimes feeling unsafe for people who are biking, but then also for people who are driving, feeling uncomfortable driving alongside somebody who's riding a bike on the street. And then you can see some other things like the arts, that survey and that focus group. One of the main points that was made is that people want to see more community studio space on this side of the city. Next slide. So our generalized future land use map draft is shown. The areas that are outlined in black are those areas where we're recommending some changes from the city's 2018 comprehensive plan. And generally what you're seeing, in terms of, for example, new low medium residential areas, those are along primary arterial streets and streets well served by public transportation. So we're looking at filling that need, which we did hear people wanting more housing options, different types of housing. And so that would allow for that to occur again in areas that are well served by the transportation system. And now I am going to hand it off, I believe, we've got just a little bit of extra information there. The pink circles are showing you areas where we're recommending change to land use where there are places of worship. And this is to provide an opportunity if and when those property owners want to redevelop, to provide a clearer path for developing and adding maybe some density, adding some mixed use. Next slide. And I will hand it off to Ben Zellers. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. So another piece of the puzzle, another thing that we review as part of these area plans are complete green streets and the street types that were designated through the original CGS process. And so as we took a look at the west area, we thought there were some changes that would be appropriate to consider, as well as some additions to the CGS network. And so we as planning staff have discussed these with transportation staff and are obviously bringing them here to you tonight for your thoughts as well. But just summarizing real quick, the Odana area plan, which is generally kind of the area south of Mineral Point to the Beltline, recommended some new potential street connections because of the new planned streets. They didn't have CGS street types designated originally, but we are showing those in this plan. That's the extension of Westfield, the extension of Odana Road, extension of Grand Canyon, and the potential extension of Tokay. And so we're designating complete green street types for those. We also are showing a potential change from Boulevard to Urban Avenue for Mineral Point Road. That's potentially can be viewed more as an aspirational change. We think with BRT, and we're already starting to see this, there will be some redevelopment that is a little bit more urban in feel as opposed to the current kind of suburban configuration of development along that street. And we felt with BRT coming in, the Urban Avenue designation would be most appropriate. And we also are showing an Urban Avenue designation for a portion of Whitney Way south of Tokay, again, for a similar, somewhat aspirational reason. Feeling that Whitney Way is obviously a transit street, and with some of the redevelopment that's starting to occur in the former Westgate Mall, that might be an appropriate conversion to give a little bit more of an urban feel with the Urban Avenue designation there. Similarly, with Research Park, we're showing those changing from neighborhood streets to either mixed-use connector or mixed-use neighborhood street. Research Park has really started becoming a little bit more urban with some of the infill development that they're doing, kind of also filling in their street network to provide more connectivity, and looking to potentially add some mixed-use development. And so those two street types seem more appropriate than the neighborhood street designation for portions of Research Park. Finally, a little bit further to the north, we're showing a section of Midvale changing from Boulevard to Urban Avenue as well, and then sections of Whitney Way up to Sheboygan, and kind of extending the University Avenue, Urban Avenue, just generally to fit the either existing or possible future urban conditions in those areas. And then finally, we're also showing Eau Claire Avenue as a neighborhood street with kind of the additional Madison Yards development and redevelopment that's happening. We thought it would be appropriate to make a street designation for that, where there is no designation in CGS right now. As far as some draft additional street connections, a lot of the planned street connections are in that Odana area and plan, and we're just bringing those forward since that was a very recently adopted plan. But there are some additions that we are showing in some areas that we wanted to call out. There is a portion kind of in the just south and west of Hilldale Mall that we have some planned future streets, and those are actually largely pulled in from the Hill Farms neighborhood plan. And so that's, again, another adopted plan that we're trying to reflect in this plan. But as far as some additional potential street connections, just wanted to call out 4 of them here. Yosemite Place, there's actually an odd street gap. You can kind of see that in the air photo and the street view there, and potentially connecting that street. It's really just a 100-foot gap in the network. Talked about grades with engineering, and it kind of matches some grades of other streets in the area, so that would not be an issue. Middleton Street, for a variety of reasons that I won't delve into the details of right now, there's a kind of 20-foot gap in the Middleton Street configuration between the city of Middleton and the city of Madison. We felt it would be appropriate to work with the city of Middleton to fill in that gap. And then also we're showing possible street extensions along Old Sauk Road if those properties were to redevelop from what they are right now. If the current property owner opts to continue on as is, then these would not come into play. And then also St. Dunstan, and that is currently a one-way street kind of outbound to University Avenue. And we would note in the plan that if property to the north ever redevelops, the configuration of that street should be re-examined to see if there are opportunities to increase connectivity there. Also wanted to overview the shared use path and bicycle network with you all. Don't want to go into all the lines. There are a lot of different lines and colors on the map. Certainly happy to answer any questions that you have later on, but just want to call out a few things in particular. First of all, we're showing a side path for Gammon Road, North Gammon Road, from Tree Lane to the north up to the city of Middleton. And that would be paired with a road diet, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the following slide. Similar with Old Sauk Road, looking at a potential road diet for a portion of Old Sauk Road. We're showing High Point Road, North High Point Road, side path along that to connect to 2 planned underpasses of the Beltline for shared use paths. That would be likely paired with a road diet as well. And then also showing or continuing to show a Sauk Creek Greenway connection for a shared use path in that area. As far as road diets, as I mentioned, showing those on Gammon Road, Old Sauk Road. For Gammon Road, the potential configuration would be to remove a lane of traffic in either direction, have a center turn lane, and then have that side path along one side of the street to increase pedestrian and bicycle safety and kind of boost people's ability to feel safe when taking a bike. Old Sauk Road would be to change that into 1 lane of traffic in each direction, which is what it is already east of Westfield, which is kind of the signalized intersection in the far distance there. Have that center turn lane and then have buffered bike lanes in either direction as well to increase the feel of safety in that street. Also wanted to touch on kind of some problem intersections, and these are intersections that folks have called out within our public engagement and public feedback. And we have some of those starred as well, and would want to examine possible improvements to make people feel safer crossing those intersections. And many of these are in relation to schools and school access or routes to school. As far as the West Area Plan timeline, obviously here tonight to present to you. We have some colleagues presenting to the Board of Parks Commissioners later on this evening as well. Looking to work on and complete a first draft of recommendations in the plan. Do a check-in with the Urban Design Commission as well. Have some draft plan public engagement that might end up getting pushed back a little bit further from January as we kind of look to address feedback and comments from boards, committees, and commissions that we're gathering. And then follow any or the additional public engagement with the plan introduction and adoption process that would start at some point after the public engagement next year. So with that, we have some discussion points that we wanted to get into with you. These are summarized in your memo as well, but really wanted to touch base on these, but understand you would want to do public input next. So we will stop the share and turn it back over to the chair.
My dog was barking, so I muted myself. So I'd really like to hear from the public first before we have that discussion. So Aiden, who do we have?
First, we have Gwen Long of Sauk Creek Drive, Madison, opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Gwen.
Hi, I'm here to ask you to remove the proposed Sauk Creek Greenway shared use path from the West Area Plan. This impervious ADA asphalt path is in extremely close proximity to 2 large retention ponds, 7 DNR designated watersheds, and a creek in a steep, narrow valley. This is a totally dangerous, isolated location for an all ages and stages path to be used by disabled people and young children learning to ride bikes. I know, I'm trying to talk. Can't they hear me? What happened?
We can hear you. We can hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. And after removing hundreds of additional trees, this redundant path may or may not be connected to any meaningful connecting paths in many years. How does this unwanted lighted asphalt path promote sustainability and carbon neutrality that Madison keeps touting? Hundreds of additional carbon sequestering, water absorbing, oxygen producing, and climate cooling trees will be cut down to be seen at other watershed projects. How much construction truck diesel exhaust will be produced by this project? We keep hearing sustainability, so why do our environmental and climate concerns fall on deaf ears? The West Side community of all ages and stages already uses this greenway daily as it is, all year round. Neighbors with disabilities have written to you that they do not support this plan. They enjoy the trees more. Neighborhood children are already able to ride safely on the sidewalks and on multiple park paths in our area. Kids need more trees and nature to play in and explore, not asphalt paths. You repeatedly asked for democratic community input on the West Area plans. We believed you were sincere. Our community, who are most affected by the proposed plans, attended the input meetings. We shared our scientific, well-balanced concern. There was overwhelming opposition to this plan at every single meeting. Over 330 people signed petitions opposing this bike path. Over 90 people and local experts wrote letters in opposition. 16 people shared their thoughtful comments with the Plan Commission last week. And then, a few minutes later, we heard the planners quickly dismiss and minimize all of our community input. This seemed authoritarian and not democracy in action. Madison is better than this. Additional trees will be removed for this project. It is in an unsafe, isolated area with water and steep bluffs. We are not aware of any bicycle incidents on our current streets or bike lanes. How many people who actually live in our area would use this redundant, out-of-the-way bike path to actually ride to work? Those people will continue to ride on the nearby safe paths on the streets. This is not a sustainable bike path. We are very concerned, and we have not been able to have meaningful two-way dialogue with the planners, which we really enjoy having in the future. We find out we are quickly being dismissed by department heads who have decided our opinions and input mean nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, who do we have next?
Next is Dawn Marie Zimmerman of Sauk Creek Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
Hi. Can anyone...
Go ahead, Dawn. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hi. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a statement that I'm just going to read. I'm not super good at off the cuff, especially at this time in the evening, because I'm really tired, as I'm sure you guys are as well. My name is Dawn Zimmerman, and I am physically and otherwise disabled, as is my son, who is 10 and in 5th grade. We live with my husband on Sauk Creek Drive, which is on the east side of Sauk Creek Greenway. My son enjoys walking along the creek and on the walking paths on both sides. He likes to build forts, discover worms, and he really enjoys the quiet that a lot of autistic people like us need. I am not able to get down into the creek right now without some help. I have to brace myself against someone else who is stronger. So that's something that is a little annoying. But the idea of having one multi-use path that works for disabled people and walking, biking, and etc., it's very enticing. It's enticing. But what I'm wondering, though, is are the city planners on this project working with groups in the disability community to see what our needs actually are? We have a saying in the disability community, nothing about us without us. If Madison is looking to meet the needs of disabled people with a path in Sauk Creek Greenway, the disability community must be consulted. I have walked on bike trails in Madison. I can't walk very far. I am physically disabled, so I walk for short little distances, but I've walked enough to know that it is dangerous for me as a disabled person to share a path with fast-moving bikers. And I had my son with me, and I was very concerned for him as well. The riders on these bike paths zip through at very fast speeds and expect others to get out of the way, or they'll weave in between those of us who are walking, or if there were someone in a wheelchair or whatnot. That's how they roll. How is that going to work with most disabled people? Like, we would be sitting ducks. Bikers would need to walk their bikes through the greenway on a path with the disabled non-bikers. So I just don't see how that's safe. The terrain is also pretty rough, and there are a lot of steep inclines. All of this needs to be taken into consideration in a cost benefits analysis. And when I say cost, I'm not just talking about money. Evening out the grade of the hill, so the slope will require some heavy machinery and a huge amount of tree loss. How much loss is too much? Here are some of the findings and thoughts of the City of Madison Urban Forestry Task Force from their report in 2019. They said that the reality of a developing urban community means tree loss from growth, infrastructure, invasive pests, disease, and climate change. But they also said a tree canopy that is healthy for residents, so providing cooling and all those kind of things that you don't get from grass. A healthy amount is 40% in an urban atmosphere. Madison is currently at 23%. To ensure the health and prosperity of our community, Madison must have thoughtful planning, active preservation, and increased planting of our urban forest. So finally, I'm almost done. If I could just say a few more things, I'm almost done.
Well, if you could just, that's your time. So if you can finish your sentence, that would be great.
I guess I struggle to speak. It's part of my disability. And if you could give me.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So if we are already almost half under what we need for a healthy tree canopy, why are we tearing down more trees? There are already ways to travel north-south and east to west for bikers on the west side. If the amount of land work, and this was hard to me to come to this conclusion, if the amount of land work needed to make a bike path or a path for disabled people like myself takes down even 15% of the trees, 10%, it is too many, and I oppose this. And that's really hard because I would love to have a place, but it's just not worth it to me. Even as a disabled person, I would oppose this. So I feel like I have to oppose this, not knowing what's coming down the line. Thank you. That's my statement.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Are there questions for Dawn? Okay, thank you very much. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next is Britta Wunderlich Herr of East Geneva Circle, Madison, Wisconsin, opposes and wishes to speak.
So can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, I am also against this bike path or multi-use path in the Saw Creek Greenway. We do not need more paved roads and streetlights. What we need is green space, trees, and protected areas that wildlife can thrive in. For over 30 years, Saw Creek has enjoyed, the residents in Saw Creek have enjoyed this greenway in its natural state. The greenway is a long and narrow area, less than 100 yards, let's say even less than 95 yards on average wide. If there is going to go a bike path in there, in addition to the restoration of the existing stormwater channel that needs to be restored, we will create 2 lines of emptiness, no more trees, no more vegetation, no more shelter for wildlife that needs a continuous vegetation of tall trees and shrubs and bushes. That cannot exist in this narrow area. That also presents another challenge. Very steep in one area, very low in another. The low area floods each time we have rain. You can't walk there. You sink into the mud. So if there is going to be a stormwater channel that's already going to be taking down thousands of trees, let's say maybe 500 to 800. If a bike path goes on one side of it, that bike path needs to be wide with clearance to each side, because bikers would run into these trees. I've been on bike path. I'm a biker. So this is really not a good idea. It's going to be so costly to build, leave alone to maintain. And it's not going to be ADA accessible because it's just not. How do they get from one park to another? And I even doubt it. I mean, I'm a mother myself. My kids are grown now. Kids go to one playground. They're not going to go to another one. There's just not enough time to run 15 minutes from one park to another, or leave alone bring your bikes and then bike from one park to another. So I'm going to summarize my points. Oh, and last not least, due to the challenging terrain in this narrow area, a wide paved path will need to be built embarrassingly close to many people's backyards. That adds insult to injury. So a wide paved path through the Sauk Greenway is not needed, will be challenging and costly to be built and maintained, will result in destruction of natural habitats, and the natural people living there, or animals, are barred owl, great horned owls. They have their nests there in these tall tree canopies. 4 types of woodpeckers. They need dead trees. Many other treasured Wisconsin songbirds. Fox families, possums, northern flying squirrel. And thank you very much. Do not approve this bike path.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, do we have anyone else, Raiden?
We do. Next is Jim Long of Salt Creek Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
Chair, there's no one in attendance by the name of Jim.
Anybody who looks like it, Ariana?
I tried both first and last name and I didn't
Nothing,
see it.
huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Gwen, you have your hand up?
He can talk on my computer. He can run over here in a second. His computer isn't working, I guess.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll get him right here. Just a second.
Anybody have any objection to that? That seems fine to me. Go ahead.
Jim, get over here if you want to speak. Come over here if you want to speak. They will let you speak if you move your ass.
Are you there, Jim?
Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for indulging me. Democracy is composed of 2 things. One is the citizens are heard, and the second one is the decision makers listen to what the citizens say and make decisions based on what the local population wants. We are very opposed to a 10 to 12-foot wide, multi-lane, lighted, impervious asphalt path through this tract of natural woods in the proposed west area plan of Madison. One only needs to walk through the woods to truly understand why this very special environmental area is already used by walkers and bikers, as shown by Ben Zellers through his recent Strava mapping presentation. After the creek is restored by city engineering and over 2,000 invasive trees are removed, along with the inadvertent removal of thousands of other beautiful mature trees that are in the way of the construction vehicles, we request keeping the woodlands as a woods. The proposed bike path through Sauk Creek may not truly benefit all ages and stages if it is too close to the creek or too hilly. Here are some reasons why Madison needs to value its trees. One large tree is equivalent to 10 air conditioning units, and the shade provided can reduce street temperatures by more than 30%. Trees can reduce noise by up to 50%. Trees remove an astonishing amount of harmful pollutants and toxins from the air. Trees supply oxygen to animals. Trees absorb huge quantities of water, reduce runoff, and help minimize the severity of flooding. Human beings are significantly happier when surrounded by nature rather than sterile urban environments. Trees encourage people to be outside. Trees provide privacy. The economic benefit of urban trees is hard to calculate, but trees make cities more attractive to buyers. Trees are a habitat for hundreds of different species, including birds, mammals, insects, and vegetation. Trees not only block the light shining down, but they also block light going up and reduce urban light pollution. And finally, trees are beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, do we have anyone else, Aiden?
Yep. Next is Susan Bregman of Sauk Creek Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually going to read some comments by a friend of mine who had to take her husband in for any rate, she's not able to come tonight. So I said I would do this for her. She says, I oppose the ill-conceived bike paths. Those bike paths, which are woven into the West Area Plan, cannot ethically be considered by city agencies until engineer Jojo O'Brien finishes the difficult task of detailing her plans to reconstruct the creek, which the city has ignored for decades. Approving even the concept of bike paths is premature. Please immediately remove the Sauk Creek bike path plans from the West Area Plan. Sauk Creek neighbors, like me, support the cleanup of the creek for flood control. Many of us are bicyclists. Our primary concern is the city's flagging commitment to the environment. Some points to be made. First, neither neighbors nor environmental experts have requested or supported this bike path. It is a plan sprung on neighborhoods in a sparsely attended meeting in July 2023. Just 5 months ago, not 30 years ago. Our research shows it is not accurate that we or you should have known that the city was planning this bike path for 30 years. We have documents that show the park and open space plans do not apply to the Sauk Creek Greenway. The 2000 MPO bike plan said a Sauk Creek path was listed as a third priority given that suitable on-road routes exist. The 2015 MPO bike report said there is not a bike gap in the neighborhood, and it refers to the following roads that are within 1,000 feet of the Greenway. Westfield Road as the primary bike road and High Point Road, a secondary bike road. Second, while city staffers may have had conversations for 30 years among themselves, the earliest we can find records of unneeded Sauk Creek bike plan is the MPO report in 2015, 8 years, not 30 years ago. Just because the city planners have been thinking about this for 30 years, if that is accurate, does not mean that a bike path has had official approval for that amount of time. Third, the planner's misuse of its reference to the All Ages and Abilities bicycle network flies in the face of steep grades in the entrances to the Greenway that far exceed Americans with Disability Act requirements of less than about a 5% grade. That is what's dangerous about this plan. Fourth, we're cast as an eccentric group of small-minded people who do not care about inclusiveness when we live across the street from one of the largest Indian communities in Madison, which regularly use the Greenway for hiking and family walks. In short, this is a proposal coming from only a few planners who are bicycle advocates and not from any other place. The neighbors oppose it for very good environmental reasons, which the planners won't even acknowledge. They discount the creek's undeniable role in sending clean water sources to Lake Mendota, which can happen if the trees remain. The creek banks are shored up and filtering qualities of the Pheasant Branch watershed are enabled. Our biggest concern is climate change and the negative effects on the environment for all residents of Madison. If the city cuts down many of the 5,500 trees to bring a machinery on the steep grades to build an asphalted bike path, we will have lost the leaves indispensable ability to absorb carbon emissions and Canadian forest fire smoke particles. The damage to the greenway will limit the wood's ability to cool the city and provide habitat for ancient vegetation, history for Native Americans, and that allows birds and small creatures to support the land.
That would be your time. Are there any questions for the registrant? Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else, Aiden?
Yes. Next, we have Louis Cornelius of Sauk Creek Circle opposes and wishes to speak.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
My name is Louis Cornelius, and I am testifying to urge the commission to remove the Sauk Creek Greenway bike path from the West Area Plan. I am against a bike path in the 26-acre, heavily wooded, nearly 6,000 trees, and narrow Sauk Creek Greenway for the following reasons. First, I have lived in Sauk Creek for over 35 years, was a neighborhood association president and board member, and was very active in working with city engineering and with parks and forestry and water control, erosion, stormwater runoff, and parks-related issues. In all these cases, we had a constructive public dialogue and neighborhood engagement on the issues and initiatives. In this matter, there has been a lack of transparency and public input on the inclusion of a bike path in the Sauk Creek Greenway as part of the West Area Plan. We have just recently been informed that a bike path will be added without any substantive detail or discussion of the need, issues, or challenges involved in adding a bike path to the Greenway, an area that is periodically subject to high water runoff. Second, in a period of climate change, the construction of a bike path will result in the removal of hundreds of trees, which will cause the loss of carbon capture as well as the loss of habitat for wildlife, birds, and native plants. In this case, the value of a path is questionable. There is no area-wide destination for which access can be substantially improved by a bike path. In essence, it is a bike path to nowhere. It merely connects one side of the Greenway to the other side at the expense of removing hundreds of trees. There are also currently bike lanes on Old Sauk and High Point roads within a short distance of the Greenway. In addition, Farmington Way and Westfield Road have speed bumps to control traffic speed and improve safety. There are also traffic crossing lights on both Old Sauk and High Point roads to allow residents to cross the road safely. Third, over the years, we have worked closely with city agencies to address flood control issues. Substantial water control issues resulted from paved surfaces upstream at the larger stores such as Menards and PetSmart, which have not had adequate stormwater control protections and which feed into Sauk Creek. Adding a paved bike path will only contribute to the impervious surface area in the Sauk Creek Greenway and will further hinder the city's and neighborhoods' efforts to address stormwater control and runoff issues. Fourth, in my 35 years in Sauk Creek, the call and need for a bike path through the Sauk Creek Greenway has not been a priority issue. Finally, many of you may have read Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Kimmerer, a botanist and member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. From a Native American perspective, there is an emphasis on the balance between nature and our development needs. Plants and animals were here first, and they are our oldest teachers. As a Native American, member of the United Nations, please consider this balance, and please also remember that we are living on the ancestral homelands of the Ho-Chunk people. We have a duty to balance, care for, and preserve this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have any questions for the registrant? Okay, do we have anyone else, Aiden?
Yes, we have Edward Hummel of Whitaker Road opposes and wishes to speak. There might not be somebody named that on the attendance list.
Yeah, there is nobody in attendance by that name.
Okay. Do we have anyone else, Aiden?
Yeah, so after that we have Deborah Oakes of Old Sauk Road opposes and wishes to speak.
Do we have Deborah? Ariana, do we have Deborah?
Yep, Deborah is.
Hi there. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I also oppose this bike path. First of all, I rent. I'm not a homeowner, so it's not kind of a NIMBY thing for me. I have lived on the west side for a long time, and one of the things that I really treasure about living in this area is the Sauk Creek Woods. And I have to say, I was really encouraged to hear everybody speak today, because I kind of feel like a Lorax, like there's no one to speak for the trees and the animals, but I'm so happy to hear that everybody has thought of them and is speaking for them. Because when you think of putting this bike path in and putting straightening out the creek so it's better for storm drainage, what is going to be left? What is going to be left? Very little. It'll look sterile. It probably, the tree canopy is going to be gone. I can't imagine why this would be a good thing. And, we've talked about, how we can bring more people in to enjoy the Sauk Creek Woods. Well, that's not going to work if you do this, because the Sauk Creek Woods will be gone. And I just want to, say those things and say that it's worth keeping. And this path shouldn't be in here. It's not needed. Other people made that point. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay. Do we have anyone else, Aiden?
Yep. Next is Faith Fitzpatrick of Spring Court, opposes and wishes to speak.
Hi, thanks. I live in the Spring Harbor neighborhood. I'm not representing anyone, but I did want to list some of my credentials. I'm a professional hydrologist and licensed professional geologist, and have a PhD in a water-related field. I'm opposed to the West Side plan. I'm also opposed to the bike path. The adoption process is way too fast, and it's going to have unintended consequences. The template for it is flawed, and being that this is the first of the plans to be adopted for the rest of the city, I really wanted to stress this. The plan needs to put the environment first, and then keep that vision and context with the planning for transportation and development. Right now, it is totally disconnected from the water issues, which are a main thing for our city. Especially for the West Side area, clean water is critical in this area. One of the most productive wells, well 14, has recharge from a superficial and a shallow aquifer, and that's an area that's occupied by this West Side plan. The green space for Sauk Woods is a really good example for that. This is like a transfer area between surface water and groundwater. You hardly hear this, for the bike path is in the middle of an area where it's already a controversial between stormwater management and the trees. Those two go together hydrologically into the bigger picture. And we're not seeing that. And then to add a bike path on top of that just complicates the management of that. And, people have been talking about the benefits of the trees, and I'm not going to go into that for 3 minutes, but there's tons and tons of articles, publications, journal articles about the benefits of trees and stormwater. And again, that linkage between the surface water and groundwater are really super important in this West Side area. So we need to have that climate resilience vision built into the into the West Side plan, and the strategy be first and foremost in this plan. That's the only way that we're going to be able to meet the needs in a healthy way of a growing population, and to have more clean water available in the changing climate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have any questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands. Do we have anybody else, Aiden?
Yep. Next, we have Jenny Iskandar of St. Lawrence Circle, opposes and wishes to speak?
Do we have Jenny?
Jenny just needs to unmute their microphone.
Can you unmute Jenny?
Oh, shoot.
There you go.
Sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I am here to request that you remove the proposed Saw Creek Greenway shared use plan from the West Area Plan. I have outlined my concerns in letters to the city, copies of which were forwarded to this commission. Tonight, I'd like to focus on some inaccuracies in the recent West Area Plan presentations. The city has compared this 26-acre greenway to the 160-acre Pheasant Branch Conservancy. They show photos of wide, tree-lined paved paths as examples of what this path could be. It is obvious to anyone who visits that this cannot be Pheasant Branch. If they use the unpaved sewer access path, which runs along the western edge of the creek, only the southernmost section will be tree-lined. We've been told that people are asking for more off-street biking opportunities. This path will be less than 1 mile, and none of the connections are also off-street paths. So can it even be considered an off-street option? The path has been described as an all ages and abilities path, but there are steep obstacles to making this ADA compliant. The eastern border is on top of a bluff, so accessibility from Walnut Grove Park would require very long switchbacks to reach a less than 1 mile path. Hardly a destination. All of the current inlets on the western border also have steep grades that will not meet accessibility requirements. Now remember, this is a greenway. It is an important component of the Pheasant Branch watershed, and grading is very important to water flow. So it is not possible to just even out the terrain to make this path accessible. I've also heard some people mention how important this path would be to the long-range bike network that includes a Beltline underpass at Saw Creek Park. First, I'd like to clarify that Saw Creek Park is not part of the Saw Creek Greenway. It is on High Point Road, an existing major north-south bike route. If you haven't been to the Greenway, you wouldn't know that it is tucked within a dense residential neighborhood. So bike commuters coming from the west would need to wind through this neighborhood to link up with what? A short north-south spur when High Point, north-south, Old Sauk, east-west, and Tree Lane, east-west, are right before them. No way. Lastly, the city has just initiated a project to shore up the creek. Please do not impose a paved path on this important project before it even begins. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have any questions for the registrant? Okay, do we have anyone else, Aiden?
Yep, next we have Nicholas Davies of Richard Street. Neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I think, overall the West Area Plan has a lot of positive changes in it, but I wanted to call attention to some concerns with the proposed street connections. So really quickly, the street that would run kind of in or adjacent to Renenbaum Park, I'm concerned about how that would impact people who are using the path to get into the park, people who are using the park, people who come down from the towers with their kids and want to get to the park without crossing a street, and how that new street would impact, community events that take place right there, as well as kind of the ecology of the park. And it just doesn't seem like there's a compelling case for a street there, and significant drawbacks. Regarding St. Dunstan's Drive, I think that would make Allen Boulevard contiguous with Stonefield Road, I think we need to be mindful of how that would create traffic via induced demand, how it would kind of incentivize kind of personal vehicle miles traveled, and how it would route all that traffic through a residential neighborhood. And lastly, I want to focus on the Middleton Street modal filter as it functions today. Modal filters actually are quite valuable, and this one in particular creates a low stress route all the way around Stricker's Pond that's really well used by cyclists and joggers and dog walkers and all sorts of people. And that wouldn't really work well if that modal filter gets removed and we start having cut through traffic kind of between downtown Middleton and points to the south. I think it would really start the clock ticking to when we would have to come back and spend more money and more time adding bump outs, adding speed bumps, when the problem with cut through traffic is already solved there today. And really, I think it raises the question of like, why is this plan net negative when it comes to modal filters? Why aren't we identifying locations for modal filters to go, given the funding and the opportunity? These are really powerful tools for preventing cut through traffic and high speed traffic, the things that are real safety dangers, and also things that people really speak out about a lot, and this commission hears about a lot from residents. So I'd really like to see this plan be net positive when it comes to things like modal filters that would really, we in the past we have all these through streets just kind of out of a sort of an indecision about how these streets will be used. But now that Madison has infilled to quite a great degree, at least as a first pass, I think, we can make some decisions about what is a residential block versus, what has an intensive residential use or an intensive commercial use, or maybe a transit route that needs to get through. And therefore, we can't put a modal filter in those particular locations. But, for the West Side in particular, there's a lot of residential blocks that don't need to be through streets. And I think if we exercise some intention, we can really prevent cut through traffic and prevent a lot of safety issues. So thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have any questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, do we have anyone else, Aiden?
That was the last person wishing to speak. We do have about 20 other registrants, but they're not wishing to speak.
Okay, do you want to summarize or let people know their thoughts with regard to the West Area Plan?
Like read their names out or just tally up the total?
Why don't you tally up the total and tell us what we have?
Okay, so in total, there's 31 people registered, with 29 of them opposing, 1 supporting, and 1 neither supporting or opposing.
Okay. All right. So that's it in terms of the registrants?
Yes, for this item.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everybody for your comments. Now looking at questions and discussion. And we do have some very specific discussion points from that are in the plan. So I don't know, Ben or Linda, if you want to put those discussion points back up so we can make sure that we hit them. I have them written down here. Just want to make sure we hit them all. And Robbie, you want to go first, and then we'll go according to those points.
Sure. I actually have really a ton of questions about the Old Sauk Greenway, but I also have a couple questions about some of the other ones. So let me ask those first. What is the reasoning between the am I to understand there's a new road proposed through Rennebon Park, and why? So that was my first question. And then some of the other ones were why do we need the connections that Mr. Davies mentioned? I think he does make a couple of good points there. So I'm just wondering if there's specific reasons, transportation reasons why we would need to connect Middleton Road and I'm familiar with St. Dunstan's a little bit more. And what was the other one? Yosemite? What the reasons were for needing those connections, and also the reason for needing the connection through Rennebaum Park. But then I do have questions about the Old Sauk Greenway and plans.
Yeah, and I think that's item number 6. So I don't know if we want to do them in order. How do you feel about that, Robbie?
The Old Sauk Greenway is
that's item 6 on their list of questions.
I can wait on that, but I'm curious about the other ones, since those will probably be shorter items, shall we say?
Sure, absolutely, and that's up toward the top of the list. So Ben, Linda, who wants to field those questions?
I can speak to some of the questions. As far as Rennebaum Park, we're not showing a street through the park. We're showing a street to the north, a potential future street to the north of the park. That was pulled in from the University Hill Farms neighborhood plan that was adopted in 2016. That is a very large block that includes Rennebaum Park, includes some substantial multifamily development on the north side of the park, and some of which has a possibility for future redevelopment. And so the thought was that if there was future redevelopment, it could include additional street connections to serve that more intense redevelopment. We've, as has been mentioned during the presentation, we've been in close correspondence with many departments and divisions kind of throughout this process, including parks. And one of the things that we are including in the plan as a recommendation is increasing the size of Rennebaum Park if redevelopment does occur along the park. It would require additional parkland dedication. And also that kind of Rennebaum network that we're showing would help facilitate north-south connections to the park from all the redevelopment that's happening in Madison Yards. And so that's a consideration as well. As far as the additional street connections, I mean, I think we know as planners and transportation planners as well that when we have a street network that forces everybody out onto arterial roads instead of having, more options and internal connections, that creates more traffic, more congestion, encourages more driving. And so one of our goals is where there are obvious improvements and connections that can be made to look to make those. As a city, we no longer really allow cul-de-sacs in our subdivisions, and there are essentially some cul-de-sacs that are built into this west area that are very easy to turn into part of a regular street network. And so where there is that opportunity, I think it is beneficial to take advantage of that where possible. So I don't know if there are other folks, Linda or other folks from transportation, that want to weigh in as well.
So can I just clarify that the street north of Rennebaum Park would be part of redevelopment? It would be built if/when there is redevelopment in that area?
That is the idea, yes.
Okay, thanks. That helps me picture what's going on there.
Linda, go ahead.
Sure. I can also add that as included in the University Hill Farms plan, this street was recommended to not be a continuous street. That was the other part of that plan. And so there would need to be some design, obviously, focus on it if and when those property owners would decide to redevelop and this street was considered. One of the things would be potentially that it would not be a through street, a continuous street. It would just be a street there to provide better access to the park. And it would be something as detailed in the University Hill Farms plan that would be very pedestrian and bike friendly and would have speed control on it to the extent possible. That's all I wanted to add on that street connection.
Okay. Does that help on that, Robbie?
Yeah. I was just a little confused because I was thinking it was going through the park, but now that I look at the map, I understand what's going on in that area, and that makes a little more sense to me. Thank you.
Okay. You want to hold your other ones on the path till later then?
Yeah, I'll wait. I think we'll probably have lots of questions there.
I think so. It'd be nice to focus those all at one time. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
I'll do the same. I'll wait until we get to that discussion about the Greenway.
Okay. So we've been talking. First on your list was the complete green streets changes. Does the commission agree with the draft complete green street changes? And let me say that we're reviewing and giving feedback here on the plan, and that's great. Everybody can offer their feedback. If there's something that the commission feels very strongly about, we can certainly have a motion made, which would be recorded and in the official record in terms of how TC feels. Now, I'm not saying that's necessary unless staff requests it on any of the particular items, but just offering that at the beginning. So if you want something in the record, you can always make a motion and we can certainly make it formal that way. Pepe, go ahead.
Thanks, Anne. I am still not sure. I'm understanding the value that those streets would add to the Renabon Park area. Aren't those apartment complexes? It would be just streets that you could be able to drive around the apartment complexes instead of depending on two major arteries. Is that the main idea, or is there like a future plan of development for that area different than those apartment complexes?
Yeah. Ben, why don't we take it out? Why don't we just take it out of order and finish up with the potential additional street connections? Because it sounds like that's the first one everybody's interested in talking about. Go ahead. Who wants to answer that? Ben, Linda?
I guess I can talk about that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it would be an additional connection, an additional access that would be to future possible redevelopment along that corridor that is right in front of a BRT stop. And so we thought it would be important to, provide alternative or additional access to, any redevelopment that occurs along that corridor. That block is a very big block. We've heard many comments from people, both staff and members of the public, that it can be difficult to get to Renabon Park from the north. And so this is part of addressing that comment as well. I think, north-south connection without anything to tie into would be of limited use. Certainly we could have a pedestrian-only connection, but that would not kind of address some of the other potential alternative access for more intense redevelopment down the line, which could be served by BRT and the amenities in the area.
Thanks, Ben. Sorry, as a follow-up question, would that plan that we have in mind include certain development of parking infrastructure for that park, or would we think that was solved by the streets that would be added?
Renabon Park is currently served by on-street parking only, and we have no change proposed in that, and that hasn't really come up with as a concern of parks with addressing any Renabon improvements.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll just weigh in on this since we're walking through it. I think the map showing the new street connections is sort of coarse enough that it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. So it can easily feel like we're talking about a street through the park. But I think talking through it, it makes a bunch of sense. Like rather than having basically some dead end streets, with apartments on it that lead up to the park, I think what we're talking about is making sure that that grid is connected. And I think there was something that was maybe brought up at Plan Commission when this came through, or maybe I heard it in conversation afterwards. But the point that when a park butts up against private property, it creates either a dead zone in the park or sort of like an exclusive access point. And by fronting the park with a street, it sort of creates contiguous access to that park. And so I thought that was pretty compelling. So just some weighing in there.
Okay, so with regard to, so does the commission agree with the potential additional street connections? I've heard a lot of questions, but I've also, it appears to me that those questions have been answered to people's satisfaction. Does anybody object to that comment that we agree with the potential additional street connections as they've been described to us? Or anybody want to discuss that one further? Robbie?
Yeah, I was a little skeptical about some of these connections, but looking closely at the map, and I have actually been down some of these dead ends when I was trying to access like Stricker's Pond and things like that. I definitely understand the speaker's concerns about the modal filters. My suggestion would be, or I'm going to make a motion to approve the connections with the possibility of some sort of traffic calming that would maintain the connection but slow through traffic. And if I can get a second, I can just speak to that.
Is there a second on the motion? Chris, okay, there's a second from Chris. Go ahead and speak to your motion then, Robbie.
Yeah, I think that there is definitely an argument to be made that having quiet streets is of value to both the city, to other modes of travel, and to the folks that live there or are trying to access whatever amenities are nearby. So I understand the point that the speaker was trying to make. But I also, looking at the map, understand that there are very few, there are not good connections where these proposed connections are proposed. Okay. And I think that we can have both a street that is going to be attractive and convenient and feel safe to people traveling by foot and by bike or any other non-motorized use, as well as adding a connection that would serve drivers that actually need to get through and maintain the grid in that area, which is all the areas where these connections are proposed. The grid is very poor. It's not like the Isthmus or the near west, near south, near east side, where you have many ways to get to the destinations. So I think the connections are probably needed, but I would propose that we look at some way to keep them from being cut through streets.
So Robbie, let me repeat. What I have is, it was a motion to approve the connections with the possibility of some sort of traffic calming that would maintain the connection but slow the traffic. Is that correct? Okay.
That's
all right. Okay. Discussion about that motion. Okay, I'm seeing no hands. I'm gonna, Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have discussion, but I just wanted to make sure that We're all on the same page. This is an informational presentation. We're not asking for approval of anything right now, just feedback. So just want to make sure that everybody was aware of that. And we will be back to the TC and other boards, committees, and commissions when the approval process of this plan actually starts.
Right. So what they're doing, Ben, is they're making their recommendation formal by making it in the form of a motion. And since it's on the agenda, we can certainly have motions. So we recognize we're not approving the plan. They're telling you that they basically support this particular thing with the recommendation for the traffic calming. So they're basically formalizing their recommendations. And,
understood. Just wanted to make sure that, that I was on the same page as you all.
Okay. All right. Great. Alder Harrington McKinney, did you have a comment?
I think that that clarification was just made because I'm understanding that the staff were making these recommendations, and the staff will come back with a more formal presentation so that we can, vote yes or no. So this is just informational, and that was what the question is. I just want to thank you, Ben. That was one of my questions. Is that what exactly are we expected to do tonight? Thank you.
Sure. Robbie, would it be more clear if we said it was a motion to support connections, since we're not actually approving the plan tonight?
Sure, that's fine.
Is that less confusing then, Ben?
Yeah, that sounds fine. Yep.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, just going to add maybe a note for Ben and other staff. If you're keeping track of these, if we do more of these motions, probably bring them back up when this comes back to us so we can be reminded that we already went through this and we can just approve all those things.
Right. And they will be written down this way, Chris, and in the minutes. So Ben, you'll get a copy of that, and it'll all, they're basically formalizing their recommendations, which is good because we'll definitely have it written down for the future. Is there further discussion about this? I'll repeat what I have. A motion to support connections with the possibility of some sort of traffic calming that would maintain the connections, but slow the traffic. Is there further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Harold?
Can you please record me as abstaining, as I was not part of the discussion? I only recently joined the meeting.
Okay, all right. So Harold is going to abstain. Anybody else? Okay, that motion is carried. Okay, so why don't we go back to Complete Green Streets, Ben, to number 1? So does the commission agree with the draft Complete Green Street changes that Ben described earlier? Chris?
I think at a high level, yes. But I was going to say, I know we should all know the Complete Green Streets guide by heart at this point. But I did find myself flipping back and forth between Urban Avenue and Boulevard to understand the what the intent of is of reclassifying something as an urban avenue versus a boulevard. And I think I made sense of it in my mind going through the Complete Green Streets guide, but I wondered if Ben or someone just wanted to sort of verbalize what that means, and the thinking there.
Sure, unless we want to hear from Yang or Renee or somebody from the Complete Green Street team in terms of how they view reclassifying a street from boulevard to urban.
Sure, maybe I'll start and then Ben can take it from there. So I think this is all new to us, right? This is the first area plan since we passed this. And one thing that we said with Complete and Green Streets is that these area plans would be this opportunity to relook at the street types, knowing that, looking at the whole city, there may be things that don't seem classified correctly. I think the thing to think about is that we're, particularly when you're thinking about Boulevard versus Urban Avenue, and you're thinking to yourself, well, this seems like an urban avenue, and like this road was used as one of the examples. But do we want it? Are we imagining that in the long term with this area plan that we want to have it be more dense, feel a little bit more like the more developed areas that are a little bit less suburban feeling. So these are intended to be aspirational, not what is the street today, but when we come to redo the street, what will it be? And I think that's what the team in planning has been thinking about is this what we want in the long term for those streets? And maybe Ben wants to talk a little bit more about their thinking.
I couldn't have said it better. I think that really covers it all from my perspective as well.
Okay, Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, could you help me with definitions just so I may?
Oh, you got muted again.
Yep, sorry. Really help me make sure I understand the difference between, I know what a boulevard is, but what's an urban avenue? How would that, what would that be like?
So an urban avenue is more kind of large scale, mixed use, higher density. So think more about East Washington now that it's redeveloped closer to downtown versus, East Washington further out by East Town Mall, to use an idea that's not even in the West Area Plan.
Well, that's helpful though, because I just needed give me an example. So that was very helpful. So would West Wash up by the blocks off the square be considered an urban avenue, or is that not a good example?
Well, it's like a test. I feel like I'm going to fail, but I think yes, although maybe we didn't classify it that way. But yes, bigger buildings, some more commercial aspects to it as well. So
that's helpful, Renee.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It has been, until recently more downtown, but it's starting to be what we want in more areas, right? With transit and things like that.
Yeah,
that's super helpful.
Yeah, thanks both Chris and Denise. I pulled out my Complete Green Streets guide too and was looking through it, but having that visual description is really very helpful, Renee. Did you have something else, Denise?
No, I don't.
Okay, I can you make me a co-host so I can lower hands, please, Ariana? Oh, there we go. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Along those lines, the urban avenue also has a lower target speed than the boulevard. Is that correct? It's 25 versus 25 to 30.
I'll defer to Renee on that. I believe that's the case, but I don't have it right.
Yes, I felt like I better double check that. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
It is like a test, Renee. Okay, other comments or questions? Robbie, go ahead.
This might be an optical illusion on my computer, but I'm looking at the map, and is the part of Whitney Way just north of the Beltline and Mineral Point from Whitney to the Beltline, are those the same color? Are those both urban avenue? Because one kind of looks green to me and one kind of looks blue, but that might be an optical illusion. I just want to clarify.
Yes, the Whitney south of Tokay is shown as Urban Avenue, as is Mineral Point west of Whitney.
Okay, I think it's just the way it's presenting optical illusion with yellow nearby or something like that make it look different colors. Thanks.
It's a little hard to tell, Robbie. I agree with you. It's a little hard to tell. Other comments with regard to Complete Green Streets? So the question is, does the commission agree with the draft Complete Green Street changes? Do you all agree? Or do you disagree with any? let me rephrase that. Does anybody disagree with the complete Green Street changes? Otherwise, we'll assume that we all agree and move on to the next one. Okay, I'm seeing no hands, Ben, so looks like we're on to the proposed school road improvements. So does the commission agree with the proposed school road improvements? I thought they were very well described in the document. And certainly from my point of view, they describe many of the things we've seen, particularly Renee in the Safe Streets Madison, trying to accomplish those improvements near schools. Do you have any comments, Renee, about what's recommended here?
No, I mean, I just think it's exciting that there was the opportunity to work with the students, to hear from them, because they're often not, right? Like, we're trying to do something for them and they're the ones that we don't hear from. So I just think, yeah, I'm excited to reflect what we heard from students.
Yeah. Okay, great. So does anybody disagree with the proposed school route improvements? If so, raise your hand. Or any other further discussion on that item? Okay. Seeing none, how about the proposed road diets? We love to see those here at Transportation Commission. Comments, questions about the proposed road diets? I'm seeing no hands. Does anybody disagree with the proposed road diets? Robbie.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm actually just asking a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So first of all, both Old Sauk Road, the western part by the Beltline, and Gammond, I think this is great, and I think that the City of Middleton will be very excited to finally get a bike lane connection on Gammond Road, because they were kind of upset that we didn't do that on Gammond up by them. So I do have, I think both of these are proposed to have a side path. Is that correct? Or are they proposed to have bike lanes? And my question, if it's a side path, this would be like on the other side of the curb. This is not necessarily a two-way buffered bike lane on one side of the street. It's an off-road path. Is that correct?
I guess maybe I can take the Old Sauk question first. The thought with that is to have that be buffered bike lanes, because we already have bike lanes on that portion of the street, and that could be a fairly easy change to make. For Gammon, as we were discussing it as staff, and Renee, feel free to jump in here as well. The thought was that it would likely be more of a side path, because there's not really as much road width to work with on that portion of Gammon as there is in Old Sauk to make bicyclists feel safe if we have to have an on-street facility. So the thought was to have that be a side path. But Renee, I don't know if you have anything more to add.
Yeah, we definitely have a constrained right of way and some other issues. We also have sidewalk gaps and kind of some challenges to accommodate everything. So I think, we would need to dive more into the details of that. But that has been on our radar to try to fix both the sidewalk gap and the bike gap. And try to make that all ages and ability, because that is, has a high volume road. So.
Okay, that's cool. Old Sauk, I guess I'll just sort of say in general, for these relatively busy arterials that people speed on, I mean, I know we even if we lower the speed limit, people tend to speed on those a lot. And having just paint is a little bit of a concern, and I'm wondering if there's any way that we could put in plastic bollards or pots or something to,
Yeah.
delineate that. I know that I've been thinking about like where we could have physically separated bike lanes or something more than paint for a buffer on a lot of roads. And before the network redesign, a lot of those roads were also bus routes. So it was really hard to physically separate the lane because the buses had to be able to pull over. But I'm wondering if with the redesign, we might be able to get some of those to be actually physically separated, even if it's only with plastic bollards.
I can take that one, Ben. So I think, when we say bike lanes, this is part of the All Ages and Ability Bike Network, also part of Complete and Green Streets. So we would look at those kinds of solutions. So I think it depends on also, like, is this timed with a reconstruction where we could do something different, more like what we're doing now on that part of Seago that's being done? Or is it, we're going to just have to have something like bollards for now until a redesign? So probably it depends a little bit on when it falls into being constructed and what is the size of it. Is it a Safe Streets program? Is it a resurfacing, a reconstruction? What the options would be, but that is on our All Ages and Ability Bike Network. So
you're already thinking about something besides paint, even
yes,
short term.
Thinking about it, don't know when. It's not scheduled. This is the West Area Plan, right? Like, so where will it fall out in funding priorities? As you know, is also a second question that comes later. But definitely, since it's on the All Ages and Ability Bike Network, that is on our radar as to what would that look like. And we've been, trying some new things out over the past few years to see where we land on what are our best materials, both for sort of quick projects and long-term projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robbie. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And sorry if I missed that because, as I said, I joined late. So I guess, the West Area Plan covers a pretty huge area of the city. And so is the idea that these 3 locations are the only locations where we are considering road diets? Because that seems like, I think one of the topics of feedback that was received was like, people are speeding, we increase safety and all of that. So, I mean, those 3 make a lot of sense, and I can't think of any other ones immediately, but I'm kind of thinking there must be a lot of multi-lane roads out there that are probably under capacity. So did you look at other ones and decided to not include them, or is there an opportunity to still look at other potential candidates for lane reductions?
I think there's already been a fair amount that's been done in the West area, actually, as far as road diets. For example, Seago Road may be one of the initial road diets in the city. Odana Road as well. Whitney Way, we've added bike lanes to that, a substantial portion of that. So I think really there's a fair amount that's already been done within the West area. And this would kind of continue that where appropriate. But as far as remaining streets, I don't think we would want to necessarily do that for University Avenue or Mineral Point Road, those being major transit corridors. There, I think, maybe is the possibility for some changes to the configuration of Midvale. I don't know if Renee wants to touch on that at all. I don't know if that would really be considered a road diet, but that is kind of another discussion, is improving bicycle conditions on North Midvale Boulevard as part of this area plan as well.
Yeah, I think there's some that might be coming here before the West Area Plan is approved. That we have been working on a project on Midvale Boulevard, looking at how to improve safety for walking, get some biking facilities, and meet the general needs of that neighborhood. We've been looking at some different ideas, from just removing the parking to looking at the overall lane. So I think there's some things that are in the work. Obviously, Mineral Point Road east of Midvale is something that has come here and is going back for further study in public meetings. So I think there are some other opportunities and obviously some opportunities to look at the mix of street use, parking, and all of that. But I think the ones that are highlighted are some of the like top ones, right? That aren't already being worked on.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, Mineral Point, that seems like a good example because as you said, we already had that here and then thinking further east, Speedway or something like that. So yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Darren, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. To Robbie's point, I just never want to miss an opportunity to say this publicly and reinforce it, but paint is not infrastructure. So whatever we can do to make sure there is true infrastructure for protected bike lanes, I would always support that.
Yeah, we've heard that a lot, haven't we? We've said that a lot. Great reminder. Great reminder.
It always bears repeating.
It does. Absolutely. Is that all you had, Darren? Okay, thanks. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
My comments, I'm just going to throw it out there, and I'm learning so much. And so let me just start and ask for guidance. The area of Odana and Whitney Way, is that considered what you call a road diet? And the reason that I'm asking is that when I'm driving down that road on Odana, going Whitney Way, that's very perilous in terms of the cars, the bike, and I was just wondering about that because that just made me really conscious of my driving because those lanes were so close. And so I'm just putting it out there for information for myself. We've talked a lot about all ages and abilities network, and I want to make sure that, and I hear a lot about biking and bike paths, and I get that in terms of, what is important. But for me, I also need to hear that, the sidewalks are there because it is a shared pathway. It's bikes, it's walkability, and it's bikeability. And I hear more about the bikeability more than the walkability. So I just want to make sure that as we're having those conversations, I can understand that we are really looking at the multimodality of these areas. And so just not just bikeability. So I just needed to put that out there because that's something that's a concern of mine as well.
Yeah. Renee, you want to comment on that?
Sure, I can comment on that. I've been working with Ben, Linda, and the team and kind of trying to figure out, there are a lot of gaps in the pedestrian network in the West area as well. We will be starting in 2024. We have funding to update our pedestrian plan. And along with that, we will be updating kind of what I would call our priority gaps. They were last done when the comprehensive plan, Imagine Madison, was done, but we've changed the transit network. We've filled some of those gaps, so we want to redo that. So we have been talking over, like in the West area plans, knowing we're about to start that project as well, right? As they're wrapping up this plan, we'll be starting our pedestrian plan update and kind of what's the right mix for capturing that. Should it just, they give me all their feedback and we kind of incorporate those needs into the pedestrian plan work, or how should these area plans that are going on right now kind of reflect that? But it is something that they've been looking at, and we've been talking through kind of what's the best form for getting those gaps prioritized.
Yeah, but it's a high priority.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help, Alder? Okay. All right. Other comments or questions?
I was just going to say, you guys will see a lot about the pedestrian gap work as we start the pedestrian plan. So you will definitely be seeing that, talking about it and giving input. So
okay, great.
Foreshadowing.
All right. Awesome. So Alder, that'll come our way and you'll have an opportunity to look at that as well. Okay. Other comments or questions? So anybody object to the statement that the commission agrees with the proposed road diet? Okay. Seeing none. Now we have 5 and 6. 5 is, does the commission agree with the proposed pedestrian and bike system improvements? And then 6 focuses on the Sauk Creek Greenway and says, should staff continue to show a shared use path connection in the Sauk Creek Greenway? So item 5 really isn't about the Sauk Creek Greenway, correct, Ben and Linda? Okay, so 5, does the commission agree with the proposed pedestrian and bike system improvements, excluding the Sauk Creek path? The path through the Greenway. Comments or questions about the pedestrian and bike system improvements? Robbie, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again. Are we looking at? So I'm trying to do this and look at this at the same time on. There was a slide in the slide deck that had a whole bunch of red lines that said something about a sidewalk network. Is there another one? I can't look at it while I'm holding the.
Do you want to show us? Maybe Ben, if you could show what Robbie's talking about.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Share screen again. So we kind of have 2 things. We have the shared use path and bicycle network, which is this map. And then we did show, and I'll just click through, we did show a sidewalk gap map. So kind of areas where there's no sidewalk, areas where there's sidewalk on one side only. And I would mention, and this is emphasized in the comprehensive plan, and I would, just emphasize it here as well, that it's generally the city's policy to include sidewalks on both sides of streets wherever possible. And that would continue here. And something that we want to do in the plan is just kind of show where that's currently lacking. And that's what this map is for.
Go ahead, Robbie. Does that help?
Yeah. I was switching back and forth between the Zoom meeting and the slides. And I did find the other one, the proposed additions to like the bike network. So I think, first of all, this probably partly addresses Alder Harrington McKinney's comments about the bike network, because here's a bunch of places where we don't have sidewalks and we need them. But I'm fine with the proposed sections. I know that this will probably take a while to do, but I think all the ones proposed are probably needed, both the bike and the pedestrian connections. So thank you. I was having trouble finding the slides.
Okay, great. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. I too am supportive of the really building these connected networks, because there's nothing more frustrating than being on a sidewalk and then you do a street cross and there's no sidewalk and then you've got to renegotiate the whole situation. So I support. This is probably too granular for this point in our conversation, but what always concerns me is street crossings, because it's the most dangerous thing I do on a daily basis is try to cross the street. And there are lots of places where I might have to overshoot a destination, sometimes by a couple of blocks, or sometimes even more, to get to a safe crossing and then double back, which, I'm just going to say it, cars don't have to do that. They can turn where they want to. So it becomes an equity issue. So as this work is being done, and maybe that's part of the pedestrian plan, Renee, is really looking at how do we navigate these crossings so that we're not forcing pedestrians to go significantly out of their way to go to a light or, a place where the crossing seems safer. So that's always a concern for me of how are we negotiating street crossings safely.
Yeah, Denise, and there was a lot of discussion about ADA and accessibility for people with disabilities. There were 6 intersections that were highlighted as problem intersections. Were any of those as a result of people feeling unsafe crossing and people with disabilities feeling unsafe crossing, Ben?
Oh, sorry, I almost jumped in, but yeah, so those were highlighted by residents who participated in public meetings and starred those crossings. Some were starred during our interactive comment map process. So they were also highlighted by students in some cases, the high school students that we spoke with, and principals as well. So that's kind of a combination, highlighting the most problematic intersections that we heard about during the process.
Okay.
I think there are probably others too, to Denise's point, but these were the most often raised problems.
And we've had several conversations about the overall plan in the city to make sure that with regard to accessibility, and I know that we'll have more conversations about that, but Renee, I know that's high on your radar as well. So anytime a street is being resurfaced or you're looking at reconstruction, those intersections are being reviewed, and I'm sure that gets high points when we're looking at Safe Streets Madison as well. Do you have any other comments about that, Renee?
No, I mean, definitely that's a big issue. There's a lot to look at for accessibility, from the audible sounds to the curb ramps, the landings, and definitely looking at those. I mean, we'll be talking about that some tonight and trying to bring forward a lot more projects in that area. It's not just the simple as there a sidewalk. There's the crossings and there's a lot of details for that to accommodate everyone. So I think we'll just be continuing to dive into that work here.
Yeah, and Denise, I know there's a couple of sidewalks in my little neighborhood where all of a sudden the sidewalk just ends, and Renee, there's no curb ramp. So the folks in my neighborhood who are using mobility devices, et cetera, they're there and they're like, uh-oh, now you got to go back, like you were talking about, Denise, and find some place where you have a curb ramp where you can cross, or you can find a sidewalk that goes the direction that you're going, or you end up in the street. So I'm sure that's all on your radar as you're looking at this sidewalk network. Okay, anybody have any other comments? So does anybody object to saying that the commission agrees with the proposed pedestrian and bike system improvements? Okay, now, should staff continue to show a shared use path connection in the Sauk Creek Greenway? So comments or questions? We had a lot of written comments. There's a ton in Logistar that I read it all. Hopefully everybody else did as well. We heard from a lot of people tonight. Plan Commission heard from a lot of people. I'm sure Linda and Ben, you've heard from a lot of people. Renee, I'm sure you've heard from a lot of people. So what comments or questions do you have with regard to the shared use path connection in the Sauk Creek Greenway? And Robbie, I'm going to let you go first because you started out saying you had comments and questions before. So go for it.
Yeah, partly I'm just trying to get a handle on what the terrain looks like. I mean, I have a lot of questions, but people brought up that it was like really steep and, there wouldn't be a way to make it ADA accessible and all this sort of thing. And what I'm trying to figure out is, well, without going into some of the other questions about other routes, is there a proposal for an east-west across the Greenway as well as a north-south? And what is the reality as far as the terrain and making it ADA accessible, as an example?
Sure, I can start. Chris Pedikowski is here too, so he can give more of an engineering judgment. We have been looking at east-west as well as north-south. We know that that trip east-west, because of the greenway, becomes very long, very circuitous. Say if you live on one side and you want to visit a friend on the other side, something like that, make a trip over that direction. It adds considerable length when you're walking and biking. There is some terrain there. And I think Chris is here and he is probably better able to talk to that.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Chris Pedikowski with City Engineering. So we don't really have a path design yet, but I have looked at the area and in general and looked at the contours, and there are some areas, but generally I don't have any concern that we would be able to create an ADA path route north and south and east and west. We have techniques to kind of follow the contours and things like that to do that with actually minimal grading. So I'm not too concerned, but we certainly wouldn't put in a new multi-use path that didn't meet ADA standards.
Okay. Well, let me backtrack just a little bit, because I want to make sure that I understand what's going on in the Greenway as a whole. And my understanding is that City Engineering is going to go in and remove a bunch of invasive and brush, and there's going to be a bunch of trees that are going to be removed just to improve the flood mitigation function of this greenway. Is that correct? Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah, that is again, if that project goes forward and they stabilize the channel, there would be tree removals just associated with that.
Okay. And then it looks like both on the map and maybe in public comments, there was some kind of path corridor that would be used by engineering for maintenance. Am I misreading that, or is that also the case?
That is also the case, yes.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be a paved path for our crews to go out there and maintain a facility. It could be something less than that, like a gravel path that gets grown over time. That is, it doesn't have to be necessarily a paved path also for pedestrian, a multi-use path.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to figure out if there's some kind of relationship physically between what you would be using to maintain the greenway, to maintain the flood functions of that, and also the any proposed transportation corridor in there. Would they be completely separate, or would there be, if the if the multi-use path is built, would it be used also as the maintenance path? Would they be the same thing?
That would be ideal. We wouldn't want to clear, two pathways through there. Sometimes, that's always our first goal, is to utilize the multi-use path for maintenance as well.
Okay. So then I have so those are kind of my big questions, but if you don't mind, I just have some smaller questions that I just want to kind of get out of the way to refresh my memory and understand what's going on here. Did we have at this, maybe the previous committee, the previous TC, did we have a request for traffic calming on Westfield in this section because people felt like there was too much speeding?
So yes, we did approve and it has been constructed near the park. We approved just near Walnut Grove Park on Westfield, some traffic calming. We do have some other things in this area that have not been funded but are on the Safe Streets list. Yes.
Okay. Because what I'm trying to think is, people are telling me that there's already existing adequate bike facilities. And yet in the back of my mind, I remember people coming in and telling me how dangerous Westfield was. So I'm trying to resolve those two sets of public comments. So I'm just wanting to make sure that I remembered that correctly. And then I guess following up on that, how would the city rate the level of bikeability on Westfield with the proposed traffic calming as far as its appropriateness for all ages and abilities? In other words, I know that we kind of rate different types of facilities on whether it's comfortable and, type A and that kind of thing. What's Westfield like?
Sure. So I think, we've added some traffic calming to address concerns in a particular area, which then brought forward people, who had some concerns about additional areas. It does have painted bike lanes, also has parking. And one of the big discussion items was it has some traffic calming islands, which also can be kind of a pinch point for comfort with biking. So I think if we would want to invest some money in some improvements, we would want to take a look at the parking speeds on other sections, the impact of the traffic calming that we did by the park. If that was going to be kind of our primary all ages and ability bike route, we would obviously want to then kind of prioritize it in the system and figure out what other things to do. Look at like kind of the door zone situation with the bike lanes as well. Kind of the typical things.
Yeah, I'm wondering if people are adamantly against a path through the park, if an alternative would be to remove parking and do a two-way protected cycle track. And would that be maybe an alternative? We could just take parking off of one side, build a barrier like a curb, and then put in a two-way cycle track that would function.
For sure. I think like many residential streets, we would have some challenges with driveways, like we do with these projects, and how much protection could we have in between the driveway. So it would definitely take more design work to kind of figure out what would be a workable solution through here if we were to move to having that be kind of that primary all ages and ability bike route.
Okay. And I think I have just two more, and hopefully some of these questions are things that would help answer other people's questions as well. Was there a proposal for this to be lit? I don't know if that's, people were talking about it, but
yeah. So I think at this point, there isn't a solid proposal. What, the Greenway is going through the Sauk Creek Greenway corridor study, and we've had one set of meetings that were kind of at the values and level, right? Like it was very, very high level. It wasn't design oriented. Obviously, it is fairly typical these days that we would light a path, a paved path that's going to be an all ages and ability bike route from the start. But obviously, you can all probably think of an example where we haven't lit them. So I think that would all be kind of a part of that design process and finding ultimately what we wanted to do. But for an all ages and ability, it is common to have lighting.
So I think my final question is that this is just part of the West Side plan, like everything else we've discussed tonight. is there a connection between the work that engineering's going to do to improve the flood mitigation and building the path at the same time, only just to I guess minimize disruption? I mean, is there, putting it in the plan doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be built right now, right?
Right. I think it's fair, right? There's lots of things in the plan. They need to be they need to be designed, approved, funded. I think if this is not in the plan, we wouldn't include more work on looking at all of these details in the corridor study. We would just be like, not talking about a path, just talking about the other elements of the corridor, tree health, maintenance, stormwater. Wouldn't have this. However, if it's in the plan, it feels like it would be fair to continue working on this in the corridor plan, do some of that design work, figure out what constraints or feasibility issues there might be, trade-offs, and then see about the funding situation and where this might fall in terms of city priorities.
Okay. So including it in the plan just means that we're still going to consider building it and kind of move in that direction, but it's not like it's going to start work next year. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's Chris's budget, but yes.
Correct. Yes. Not, if it's in the plan and then the study commences and decides that, we want to build, just do channel stabilization. We want to do nothing. We want to do stabilization with a path. Those are all options that could come out of that corridor plan. And maybe it's a channel stabilization that could be a path could be worked in later. That's also, all those are options.
Okay. And I guess my final question, and then I promise I'm done with my questions. We heard an awful lot of people say that nobody has requested this. I presume that you have had requests for this because it was included in the staff documents that people actually wanted this. I know we did get one written comment that specifically said they wanted this path built, but I'm presuming you are not including this just on a whim and that people actually feel this is a needed connection.
Well, I mean, I guess one thing as background is this has been shown as a connection over the long term in various city plans, including the 2006 comprehensive plan, the 2018 comprehensive plan. So I think, what we're doing is continuing to show it in the West Area Plan. And it kind of comes down to as far as comments and feedback from the public, a lot of general versus specific. In general, there were a pretty high number of people that thought it was important to improve pedestrian bicycle connectivity in the West Area, improve safety of pedestrians and bicyclists in the West Area. But then when it comes to a specific section like this, there is also a significant amount of feedback from folks who live close to this project who don't want to see this portion of the bike ped system within the West Area be constructed. So it's kind of that balance, I think. And I think it comes into play here because of the more recent discussions regarding the Greenway and stabilization and how that's kind of been a recent process and recent discussion over the past several years. So it's really kind of the in principle versus in practice type of a question.
Okay, but the need for a connection in this area has been identified by the city and requested by citizens in the past.
Yeah. And I also went to some West Area plans and I definitely heard a lot in the general, like, we want to be safe. We want to let our kids bike places, walk places. So I think pursuing how we can build out better and safer facilities right in this area of town is the question. And Ben might have had something to add.
No, that's a great point as well. And I think one of the other comments we've heard along the way is that, and it was expressed again here tonight, is that it doesn't connect to anything. I think that was the case in some much older city plans that showed this as a future shared use path. But I think if you look back at the materials in the memo and the presentation, I think as we've continued to progress and added more detail within this west area, it really does start to, I wouldn't say start, it really does tie into a shared use network within this west area. So I think when viewed as part of a larger network, it does certainly become a kind of integral piece of that shared use network that we're showing as part of this west area.
Okay, great. Well, the one that I keep thinking about is the Alicia Ashman Library. That it would let kids get to that. They still have to cross Old Sauk Road, but I'm assuming you're working on that improvement as well. So,
Renee, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously the library at the one end, big connection, and we would, want to build as a part of any project a safe crossing to that very important destination, as well as ensure like you can get down to Mineral Point Road, where there are many businesses that people of all ages want to go to, and where we'll of course have the path down there as well, and able to connect into hopefully some other facilities that will build out on this part of town, which does have a lot less of the all ages and ability bike network. And
thanks for bearing with me with all my questions.
Okay, we knew you had a number of them. Thanks. Pepe, you're next. And can I just comment, some people who are attending the meeting from the public have their hands up, and you already had your opportunity to comment, so it's now the turn of the commission members and the alders to speak. So I won't be calling on anybody who's from the public whose hand is up. Thank you. Go ahead, Pepe.
Thanks, Anne. And thanks, Robbie, really, because I think you did touch a lot of the good points that many of us were thinking about. I guess at this point, I can only do a couple follow-up questions on topics that you raised. One of them being I was also thinking about the list of priorities or what is coming first and what's coming last in terms of this engineering project that we have going on in the Greenway, that we know that one of the main purposes is water flow and water management and of course all the other sides of that project. As Renee was mentioning, the corridor is its own project. I am still thinking of, trying to include all of the input that we got from the public and understand, maybe this is a question for Chris, I think, if we were to do everything else that we think needs to be done there without building a path through it, how much of all the impact that the public is fearing would still happen?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure we have that answer yet. That would be something we'd work through in the corridor plan.
yeah, I would just say one of the things that's going on is an ecological and channel assessment, which will get at some of these issues, working with forestry, things like that. So I think there are a lot of unanswered questions, and the corridor process has a kind of a pretty long engagement plan because there are a pretty wide array of issues to delve into in this pretty large greenway.
Okay. I generally like the idea of connectivity, right? I mean, if we look at the whole picture that's being presented, this looks like a pretty good idea of making connectivity for the future nest. As you were answering, Robbie, this has been in the plan in the past and still hasn't been built, which means if it stays in the plan right now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be built, tomorrow, next year, or in the short term. It's just important to continue to address that lack of connection. But I'm wondering, have we, now that we have received all this overwhelming amount of public input. Has the staff thought of other alternatives like the one Robbie proposed with, you know, a cycle path or you know, a protected bike lane or other options around this alternative?
Sure, maybe I can take this, Ben and Linda too. Definitely. I mean, there's some gaps just on High Point, also another north-south road. It's painted bike lanes, and then there's nothing on a section. So certainly given some thought to what could that look like. And then thinking about the distance, like if we, you know, the Greenway is kind of in the middle of Westfield and High Point, would we want to have both of those then on the All Ages and Ability Bike Network to have a better kind of spacing between facilities? So I think depending on what happens both with, is this in the West Area Plan, or are we going to recommend other streets be considered instead? And then if we say yes, leave it in, continue to explore it, and we find some things through the corridor planning process, through the various assessments that are going on, then I think, you know, this is the group then that could add different streets as the all ages and ability bike routes in this area. And we do have some funding where we'll be prioritizing those gaps and looking at that draft map that was approved. Also, starting later this year. So there'll be some future opportunities as well if this is determined to be not maybe the way that you would recommend to move forward, or if there are other compelling reasons in the design that would make this not a good corridor.
Thank you. Yeah. Because I mean, at least in my perspective, what I really am looking for here is flexibility, and I see that there is some flexibility. So that makes me very hopeful about this the potential solution that we can find here. For different reasons. I mean, I would personally stay as a first thought. I would stay away from having to disrupt nature and also potential archaeological sites, etc. But then, if as part of a different project we had to disrupt it, I mean, I would be on the side of what Chris was saying. I mean, if we had to do it, it would be better to consolidate everything and try to make sure that we are, you know, minimizing the impact by providing just a single path that will be multi-use for both maintenance and public. Now, that being said, I think, at least in my mind, looking at the plan and having the opportunity to improve connectivity north-south using other ways, I would probably incline towards prioritizing a connection east-south, I mean east-west, through the Greenway, if at all. Now I think those are all the thoughts I have. But I don't know if there are any plans about an east-west connection if the north-south were not to happen.
Yeah, we talked about the east-west at the kind of original kickoff meeting for the corridor study in the Sauk Creek Greenway, and just getting input on, you know, where of the, you know, cul-de-sacs and various entry points are kind of prioritized. So we did have those conversations as well, and those could continue forward as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pepe. Chris, go ahead.
Robbie and Pepe asked all my questions, so I just left my hand up to put a pin in 2 points. I do support including it in the plan. I think two main reasons. As we discussed at Plan Commission, it is a matter of access for all ages and abilities, and I think we heard from Chris that it sounds likely that this could be a very accessible path. And the second reason, as we've discussed, is if we don't include it in the plan, we can't answer all these engineering questions that have come up about drainage and slopes and all that. So I don't think there's any reason to pull the plug on it now. Drawing a line on the plan obviously does not mean that it will get built, but it lets us explore that.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. I think my concern is, really hear the residents. And I also really acknowledge how precious green space and waterways are in this
communities. So I want to acknowledge that I really heard that high level of passion both tonight and in the comments and in the news articles that I've been reading. And I also am, as a strong proponent of spaces for everyone. So I think if this does stay in the plan, that I really would want to have it just be incredibly intentional, that there is a lot of conversation along the way, and that probably those environmental concerns be addressed first. It sounds like that's significant. And then what would that mean for all ages, all abilities path, and that there's a lot of conversation with the residents. I think it's and especially hitting the point home that investigation about other pathways that might not be as disruptive, and looking at those alternatives, and that the path is not a done deal, because certainly that's the fear. I mean, I really heard it tonight that it's a done deal, and what I'm hearing folks from the engineering say is that it's not a done deal. It's still an investigation, and thinking about 10 years down the road or 15 years down the road, when we're all not sitting on this commission, how are we going to maintain that confidence with the neighborhood that this will still be thought through carefully, and that somebody else doesn't come along and go, look, there's a possibility of a shared use path running through this greenway. Let's do this thing. So I'm hoping I'm making sense, but I'm just, being very cautionary, because I really heard the neighborhood. And this project to me feels different than some of the other ones that have been in front of this body, where there weren't other pathways to go through, and that they really did need to be accessible for everybody. It sounds like there's some other potential pathways here that could be explored. So I don't know if I don't think I can articulate emotion, but I just feel really strongly that there just needs to be an enormous amount of caution and study and difficult and important conversations with the neighborhood as we move this forward.
Thanks, Denise. Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of my questions were already asked by others, but just wanted to share. It was interesting that the reference to braiding sweetgrass was mentioned, because as I was listening to the conversation, I've just finished reading that book, and so I had been thinking through my head about through that lens, what does this do? And I think that human hubris says, oh well, it'll be fine, but also I don't always believe it is, and I think we've made those mistakes in the past. Having said that, I look at accessibility for all, and so that's why I would support keeping it in the plan. But my strong preference is really looking at Westfield and High Point as alternative routes. That this would really be the last resort, because we've exhausted all other options on those roads, and they're just not going to work. I think leaving it out of the plan doesn't allow any of those conversations to happen. So that's why I support leaving it in.
Okay, we've heard a lot of people say a lot of things. We've heard a lot of comments with regard to caution. Heard a lot of comments about if we take it out of the plan, we can't explore. We can't do any of this investigation. We can't have any of these conversations. But if we do leave it in the plan, that I think, Denise, you summed it up well when you advised enormous caution and study. And I think that sort of sums up what we've heard from everybody. And I think I'll just say from my own point of view, that I would support leaving it in the plan so we have the opportunity to study and we have the opportunity to explore. If we take it out, Chris, you've said it before. If we design something too narrow, we can't make it wider, right? If we design it a little wider, we can make it narrower. If we don't leave it in the plan, we're leaving out that option, that opportunity to have the conversation. So, comments, questions? Would you like a motion so we're on record? There's been a lot that's been discussed, but enormous caution and study was what struck me. Denise?
Yeah, I'm going to ask for help making some sort of motion because this thing has to go through so many bodies. And I'm just very concerned that the depth of the conversation that we've had tonight will get lost in translation. And so, I don't think I've made a motion in the 3 years that I've been on the TC. I certainly have had plenty to say, but I think that, maybe my motion, and somebody help me if I'm kind of not articulating this well, would be that caveat be in the plan, that all other that other routes be investigated and that there is extreme caution and careful study that goes with any development of the Greenway.
So your motion is to support leaving the shared use path in the plan, but recommending enormous caution and study. Is that good? Of all alternatives.
Yep. I think that works for me. Maybe the one, modification would be, exploration of others, kind of leaving this one as a later exploration, but seeing if there's some other viable ones first.
Okay, so let me just try this, Denise, and you can tell me if it works, and others can help. Support leaving the shared use path in the plan, but recommend enormous caution and study with exploration of other alternatives. Make that clear. And do you want to go so far as what you said earlier with this path considered as a last resort? Do you want to go that far, or are you good with leaving the shared use path in the plan, but recommending enormous caution and study with exploration of other alternatives?
Yeah, I think I'm good with that.
Do we have a second for that? Robbie, is that a second?
It is a second, but I'd also like to add something.
Are you open to, we're still sort of talking. Denise, would you like to hear what Robbie's thoughts are?
I just wanted to add that if we can add to the motion that we feel an east-west connection is especially important. And if I can just get if that's okay with Denise, is that okay with you? Okay, as the maker of the motion.
Or Sable, right?
Because the reason I feel that's really important is that there are no other alternatives to an east-west. And so I think that that's an especially important piece to consider. I'm thinking about kids that want to go over and visit their friends, and they just have no way to get across that big space without going all the way down, apparently, to Mineral Point Road or up to Old Sauk Road to get there, or close to that. So,
okay, so what I have now, and then Denise, I'll let you speak to your motion. The motion is to support leaving the shared use path in the plan, but recommending enormous caution. Oops, I had to write better. Caution and study of caution and study with exploration of other alternatives, and TC feels that an east-west connection is enormously important. Denise, does that good for you?
Yeah, that for me, that captures it. And I don't need to speak to my motion anymore. I feel like I've said what I've needed to say about it.
Okay. Eric?
Did we have the mention of the greenway space in that motion? That it's
I said we're answering question 6. So I said supports leaving the shared use path. I suppose we could say the shared use path connection in the Sauk Creek Greenway if we want to make it that clear. Was that more helpful, Eric?
Yes.
It's an answer to question 6. I think that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that that the subject, was specified. That was all.
Okay. So let me read it. Sure. Let me read it again. Denise made the motion and Robbie seconded to support leaving the shared use path in the Sauk Creek Greenway. Shared use path connection in the Sauk Creek Greenway in the plan, but recommending enormous caution and study and exploration with exploration of other alternatives. And TC feels that an east-west connection is enormously important. Okay. All right. So discussion. So we have a motion. And I'll read it again before we vote on the motion. Discussion with regard to the motion. I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, I'm going to read it again. The motion is to support leaving the shared use path connection in the Sauk Creek Greenway in the plan, but recommending enormous caution and study with exploration of other alternatives. And TC feels that an east-west connection is enormously important. So I'm going to suggest unanimous consent unless anybody wishes to vote no or wishes a roll call vote or wishes to abstain. Do we want a roll call vote or are we all on the same page here? If you wish a roll call vote or to be recorded differently from supporting that motion, please raise your hand. And after the meeting, Aiden, I'm going to write it down really fast to make sure I don't forget any of that. And I can read my words. And attendees are not allowed to be part of this conversation, so I'm not going to recognize anybody who's not part of the commission or an alder. So I see a hand up there, but sorry, you don't get to speak any longer at this point. Okay, so Ben and Linda, I will write that up maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, and include you on that. And I'll include, I'll include Renee and Chris and Linda and Ben and Eric, and obviously Aiden on what I wrote up and make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, great discussion. And I think it's clear to everybody why the Transportation Commission is recommending that stay in the plan. Ben or Linda, did you have any questions?
No, thank you for your time this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead. And we have two other points that I want to make sure we get to. Go ahead, Alder.
So I have a question. If I leave, would that affect quorum?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 others. We're good.
All right, then I will need to disconnect.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know and checking, Alder. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me, Linda and Ben, we have, is there anything else you think that was missed, or do we have any additional comments or questions? I'll just lump those two together. I'm seeing no hands. Okay, Ben, Linda, did you have anything else?
No, thank you so much for your time tonight and the discussion.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah,
Have a good
okay.
evening.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Excellent, excellent discussion. Okay. So now we move on to East Wilson Street and East Doty Street. And Aidan, can I just ask, I think you mentioned that we have people registered for that item. Is that correct?
Yep, we have one person registered.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is follow the same path, and that memo that we got was very, very helpful. Very, very helpful. So why don't we have a presentation from staff, then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll have discussion. So Fadi, are you doing this one?
Correct. I'm the
Okay.
one.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Mhm.
Okay. Good evening to all. My name is Fadil Musa. I'm with the City of Madison Engineering Division. I'm looking for the Commission's input and feedback regarding the cross section and the lane designations that we're proposing along with the East Wilson and East Doty reconstruction project schedule for next year. I'll share my screen. Apologies for this not making the agenda, what I'm going to present now, as we held a public information meeting last Thursday, and we've been collecting input and additional data since last Thursday, and we are going to be making extra recommendations to the proposed idea that was sent originally that made the agenda. Okay, so let's start. The project location would be East Doty from MLK Boulevard to King Street, and East Wilson Street from MLK Boulevard to South Franklin Street. Something to note here, that what is displayed in red as the project limits here mostly includes a typical reconstruction project improvements such as pavement replacement, curb gutter, underground utilities. You'll see in eventual slides that we're proposing more improvements outside of the project limits identified in the screen, but those are only related to pavement marking beyond what's shown. Okay, so the basis of the proposed geometry that was sent to the commission and what was presented as the proposed plan at the public information meeting from last Thursday was based on the Wilson Street corridor study that was performed in the year 2019 and some part of 2020. That corridor study, the recommendations made on the corridor study were approved by the Common Council in September of 2020, and a full report of it can be found on that link below. And also, I'm going to zoom out a little bit to show the plan that was approved with the corridor study in 2020. The project limits, as I stated, include Wilson Street. So this doesn't include anything with regards to the East Doty reconstruction. But the report includes the proposed improvements along Wilson Street.
Can you
Yes.
use full screen for your presentation? Those of us looking at it on a laptop need all the space instead of doing it so that we can see all the project bar and things. If you can use slideshow, that would be much better.
The problem is that this is a PDF, it's not a PowerPoint.
You can still go full screen, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some assistance there. Is it better now? Did that work?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm not that, I don't have a lot of ability with PDF, so something to learn. Okay, so with this project right here, basically we're completing the Wilson Street improvements. We've been working in Wilson Street since 2018. It was a part of it was reconstructed that year from the Hamilton intersection to Carroll Street. I'm sorry, to Hamilton, from Hamilton to MLK. Apologies. And last year, it was the improvements included from Hamilton to Broome Street, and also a section of the path was completed with the Blair Street project. I believe either last year or the year prior to that. So basically, right now we're filling that gap of the bicycle improvements that were installed there, and not only bicycle improvements. This is going to be a full reconstruction project that is going to improve every aspect of Wilson Street. Okay, so something to note that the recommended cross section along East Wilson from MLK to all the way to Franklin recommends to have a cycle track, a 10-foot cycle track within the street limits. Something to note is that the cycle track, even though it's identified as a 10 feet wide cycle track, is 8 feet of pavement and 2 feet of the gutter. I'm gonna slide here towards the east side. You can see in this screen how that path extends all the way off the street until it makes the connection to the improvements that were done with the Blair Street reconstruction project. Okay, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with this plan. So now I'm gonna switch to the proposed improvements presented at the public information meeting. So whatever I'm showing here is what we presented as the recommended option to the public. So basically, this cross section on Wilson Street maintains the same travel lanes, and it maintains the same kind of idea. The only difference is that the cycle track in this proposed concept is off the street. It's also on the south side, but it's behind the curb. Okay, so the cross section from MLK to King Street is pretty similar. It's going to change a little bit in the terrace width as we're trying to protect some amenities and some trees along the corridor. But to recap what we're proposing in here, East Wilson will have an 11-foot parking off-peak or travel lane during the peak hour, a 10-foot travel lane, 8-foot parking, so that would be 6 feet of pavement plus the 2 feet of gutter. The terrace may vary in width. At this location, right in front of the hotel, it's 6 feet wide. One thing to note, the cycle track being off-street is recommended to be 8 feet wide, and pretty much maintains that cross section throughout that corridor until it reaches King Street. Something to note here at the intersection of Pinckney, we're proposing to have bump outs on the south side. If you notice the bump out on the southwest corner in here, it's kind of longer than what typically would be. The reason why this is happening is that I call this like the pretty plan. Doesn't display, I'm not displaying all the underground facilities and infrastructure that this corridor has. This is completely filled with utilities, including communication, fiber, electrical. At this specific location, there's a steam tunnel or a steam box owned by the state, which we're not considering relocating to accommodate the street. The idea behind this design is that the curb would protect or would avoid conflict with that important utility, But the consequence of this is that at minimum 4 parking stalls will be removed from this corner right here. So something to point out. I'm gonna keep going towards the east. Please note that we're maintaining the same cross section. So basically 2 travel lanes on the westbound direction. The northern section would be a parking lane off-peak hours. Another thing that we're proposing to do here at the intersection of King, Butler, and East Wilson is improve the pedestrian crossings. All the ramps, I would say, none of them meet ADA compliance, or they have detectable warning fields. They are sending pedestrians to the middle of the intersection and diagonal form. With this proposed idea, those are aligned better with the intention that a visually impaired pedestrian can reach or can cross the street in a safer manner. Okay, so the cross section, the east of Butler changes a bit because now there's two-way traffic instead of westbound only. Okay, so I'm going to start describing the lanes on the north side. So we're proposing to have 8-foot parking lane, an 11-foot travel lane, 2 travel lanes, 11-foot wide, heading in the westbound direction. There's a median 6 feet in width. That median, to be clear, is 6 feet wide measured from the edge of the pavement to the edge of the pavement. It would be 4 feet measured from face of curb to face of curb. And to the south, 2 travel lanes in the eastbound direction. Those are 11 feet wide. To the south is the continuation of the off-street cycle track. Please note there's a Metro boarding pad to be installed in here as requested per Metro. And pretty much this cross-section maintains that configuration until the path eventually connects to the existing path installed with the Blair improvements. I'm gonna touch real quick what improvements we're proposing to have on East Doty. So on East Doty Street from MLK to Pinckney, we're not proposing to relocate the curb in any part of it. We're proposing to just replace damaged location or as needed to replace curb and gutter. So basically the same curb to curb dimension will keep, but we're doing some pavement marking replacement or changes. So with this concept, we're proposing to have an 8-foot parking lane on the north side, 2 10-feet travel lanes in the eastbound direction, 4 feet buffer bike lane. It's going to have buffer on both sides, separating from the travel lane and separating from the parking lane on the south side. And finally, on the south side, it has on-street parking. Also, please note that Metro is having a bus stop along this area. That's in front of the Madison Municipal Building, Rand. We're proposing to upgrade the crossings at the intersection with adding bump outs along East Doty. And the cross section proposed at the public information meeting to the east of Pinckney, from Pinckney to King Street, has 2 10-foot travel lanes, a 12-foot parking lane on the north side, a 6-foot bike lane, and a 7-foot parking lane on the south side. And the difference between this block and the block previously described is that the curb face changes 1 foot. So basically, we are proposing to push the curb 1 foot to the north side to accommodate more parking space along the north side. Okay, so again, we approach and we presented this plan as the proposed or recommended option at the public information meeting. So following that meeting, I and traffic engineer received some feedback with regards to the proposed improvements. Also, we collected data and we found more information that would suggest that we could do even more improvements to the proposed option. So those are identified and read with some notes. So I'm gonna start with what we're proposing to change on Dewey Street. This is the easiest part. We receive a concern that pedestrians are having problems crossing East Wilson at Pinckney, and then an RFB would be very useful. We are in agreement of that, and we're proposing to have an RFB in addition to the curb bump outs to help with pedestrian crossings on that area. Another improvement that we're proposing to change is the dimensions of the lanes and the parking lanes from Pinckney to King Street. So here's the description: 8-foot parking lane. So that was called as a 12 in the previous option. In here, we're just saying 8. A travel lane of 13.5 feet wide, 9.5 feet wide travel lane, both on the eastbound direction. A buffer bike lane, but in this case, the buffer is going to be 1.5 feet on each side, and the bike lane is 4 feet. And we're maintaining the 7 feet parking lane on the south side. With that said, I'm going to go to Wilson. Based on the feedback, I believe that so traffic engineering is making a recommendation in here to eliminate the peak hour travel lane on the north side, but not on the entirety of East Wilson, just from Pinckney to King Street. So if you remember on the original recommended option, the north side was supposed to be parking lane off peak and travel lane peak. And here we're proposing to keep this as a permanent parking lane. So I'm gonna move towards the east side. One change that I made here to the median nose, I'm pulling that back since my original intention was to have the median have a refuge space, but considering the space restrictions, I don't have the minimum width to comply with that. So since that's not the case, so I'm pulling that back towards the east a little bit, and that's going to help with the turning movements of large vehicles southbound on Butler into eastbound Wilson. Another change that were included in here is we have ramps on both sides, but the ramp on the south side is going to be accepting bicycle users trying to get into the cycle track. So the ramp would be extended to accommodate such users. And the final change comes on the eastbound direction, apologies, on the westbound direction, so on the north side of the median from Hancock to Franklin. And in here, we're proposing to eliminate one travel lane and replace that with a 9-foot, with a 5-foot bike lane with buffers on both sides. Now, the buffers can be 2 feet and 2 feet on each side, or it can be 2.5 feet on the travel lane and 1.5 feet on the parking lane. The reason why we are proposing to make this change is that when the corridor study was performed, Blair Street was not reconstructed and the plans were not finalized. But something to know is that with the Blair Street project, one travel lane was eliminated on the westbound direction, just east of Franklin Street. So that block is just going to be fed by one westbound travel lane. And considering that, we're proposing to have a dedicated bicycle facility along this block. Okay, so that pretty much covers the proposed improvements by staff on Wilson and Doty. So I'm gonna go to the next slide, and I'm gonna show what else, in addition to what's within the project limits, we're proposing to have. So if you haven't noticed, there we go. If you haven't noticed, Wilson from Carroll to MLK doesn't have any bicycle facilities. Whatever was done with this year's project ended just west of Carroll. We are going to add the pavement markings to complete that with this project. Now, we're not proposing to change any curb or gutter or any pavement. We're just proposing to have the markings. This section, please note, will have the cycle track within the street limits. It's not going to be an off-street path. Okay. Here's pretty much what's being proposed there. I just described that on the previous slide, but here's more information with regards to the widths and pavement markings at the crossing and more detailed information. I'm not going to go through this. Okay, another thing to note, what's within the red circle in this display also is what we're proposing to have as a marking that would be outside of the limits of the project. So please note, this is Doty from Hamilton to MLK, and we're trying to maintain consistency with the pavement markings and the lane widths that we're proposing to have from at Doty from MLK to Pinckney Street. So it's just pretty much just marking work. The same thing is being proposed at Webster Street from King to Main Street. The purpose of this is just to provide continuity with whatever we're doing within our project limits. Here's the last PDF. One thing that was brought up in our public informational meeting and also individually via email, residents at the Marina condominium have shown concern about having the cycle track on the south side, as when they are leaving the sites to westbound Wilson Street, the visibility is poor, and there are concerns that bicyclists might be hit by a vehicle or have any potential crashes. So what we did to address that is that traffic engineering staff went to the site and they did an analysis, vision triangles, to check what would be the visibility with the design that we're proposing along that site. Here are the vision triangles. In the analysis that was performed, concluded that there shouldn't be any problems with visibility. It's just the Marina residents will have to be careful while driving the site. And I would assume that it would be tendency not to look both ways, considering that it's just a westbound direction of traffic. But they're going to be crossing a sidewalk and they're going to be crossing a cycle track. So, being careful is going to be very important there. With that being said, the space that we're providing between the cycle track and the sidewalk, based on this analysis, is sufficient enough that safety can be provided. I believe that covers the presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Okay, before we go to questions, Fadi, we have someone who's registered to speak, so I'd like to hear from them first.
All right. We have Matt Golick of South Franklin Street, supports and wishes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I ride my bike on Wilson Street pretty much every day. I did so twice today, actually. And I support having the off-street cycle path. That's going to be great. The portion that was completed this year is fantastic. Now, when I cross Broome Street at the right turns, drivers stop for me at the crosswalk. That never used to happen. So it's been well done. The reason that I called in today was I was concerned about the missing block between Carroll Street and MLK. But I saw in this presentation now that it is planned to be completed. So that addresses my main concern for calling in. I will say that he mentioned that there would be pavement markings for the bike path. And I really don't think that paint is sufficient. I'd prefer bollards, plastic bollards. They're still not the best, but I think they keep 99% of drivers from intentionally driving into the bike lane. So I just say that rather than paint, if anything we can do to keep the cars separate from the bicycles is what we should do. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Matt, for your comments. I see Pepe and Harold and Robbie have their hands up. Does anybody have a question for Matt before? Are any of those hands for questions? No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for coming. Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Fadi, for the presentation. Well, first, before I forget, I want to support what Matt, public speaker, just mentioned. I think any effort that we can do to make a clear separation between people riding bicycles and people driving cars would be the better. Also, would you mind scrolling to the left so we can see the farthest left of the plan there and zoom in a little bit? So, what I'm seeing there, is there no sidewalk or pretty much very little sidewalk in between the buildings or whatever buildings are there and the cycle track? Or is there a sidewalk already in place that is not part of the reconstruction? Because it looks like there's only a terrace across the cycle path. Does that make sense?
Yes. So, and this section specifically in front of the Monona Terrace, there is an existing sidewalk all over the place in here. There's no portion of it that there's no sidewalk. In this section, we're providing a 1 foot buffer between the cycle track and the front of the sidewalk. That would be this black thick line along the south side of the cycle track, which is identified by the gray hatch. So yes, and the idea of this is that forestry and we have heard some feedback about having some tree space in here. That's depending on the amount of underground utility. If the underground utilities within that corridor will allow, that would be a good space for tree plantings. Again, if whatever utilities are under that corridor are deep enough that trees can be installed. But yeah, there is a sidewalk for sure. It's just the separation between the sidewalk and the cycle track is gonna vary depending on whatever we're trying to avoid or whatever we're trying to accomplish to have in terms of space and to make any installations. But yes, the sidewalk is separated and it's there.
Excellent. That makes a lot of sense. Then what's the reasoning behind starting the cycle path right where the Monona Terrace is? Let me just follow up, explain a little bit my question.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of traffic there, a lot of foot traffic in that section. Many, farmers markets, events, or any sort of event that will connect the capital with Monona Terrace will provide a lot of foot traffic there. So I don't know what the other members of the commission think, but wouldn't it make more sense to actually bring the cycle track to the sidewalk after the Monona Terrace, so on the right side, on the east side, like right after that crossing, so we avoid some conflict, because the cycle track being on the same level as the sidewalk, I think it's going to be very easy for people walking, minding their own business, to just walk through the cycle track while somebody might be using it for commuting or using a bicycle.
On that point, if I can talk to it, Pepe. If anything, we were considering expanding or extending the off-street cycle track towards the west side, and I'll explain you why. I'll go to the corridor study plan. The corridor study plan shows that there has to be a disabled parking spot right to the west of the Monona Terrace.
Mm-hmm.
It would be our preference that we extend the cycle track off street past this, so that the cycle track doesn't have to change alignments to get around that disabled parking space. I'm hoping that makes sense, because if we push the bump out or the off-street cycle track to cover this area, then we don't need to provide that disabled parking space is going to be provided by the curb. And then we feel that might provide more protection to the bicyclists at that access point. With that being said, that was our thoughts. But
I can jump in here, Fadi, too, with another thought. Part of it is trying to accommodate disabled parking, and that's definitely easier with more of a traditional curb cut approach. I think the other part is there are definitely trade-offs if you have it at the sidewalk level. Yes, you do tend to have some pedestrians who tend to kind of wander over there, which will be a bigger issue, as you brought up with the Monona Terrace, a lot of out-of-towners. I think in the part where we just have the bollards, we do have a little bit more of a challenge with delivery drivers and things where there isn't a big buffer, feeling like, well, they could more easily kind of just pull in for a little bit. So I think it would be interesting to get people's feedback on that, because there are definitely trade-offs with that space and who kind of goes into it for a little bit. That we try to find ways to deal with both, but it is definitely a concern with a cycle track.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I perceive the same, Renee. I mean, I totally agree with the idea of finding the best solution around disabled parking. We should absolutely prioritize that. But I mean, I can only imagine how often it's gonna happen that people are gonna be like, tourists, you name it, we're gonna be walking across that cycle track trying to go to Monona Terrace. So it looks like an important point of conflict. Yeah, so I'm gonna let others maybe talk about that point if they find that important. Then the last thing I wanted to ask Fadi, and I don't know if this maybe goes beyond the design that you're working on, but you mentioned something about the visibility issue of the people coming out of the building, and I feel like not only that building, but every place where there is a driveway or any kind of crossing with a cycle track. It would be really important that we put some kind of reminder sign or any sort of information that reminds looking both ways, or reminding this is a double to a bit bi-directional cycle track, something to, I don't know what the best wording would be in terms of wayfinding or signing, but I would strongly suggest that we share that information. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much, Pepe. Harold?
Yeah, thanks. This was a lot. I watched the public information meeting, and so I'm like there's even more now with the changes proposed to that. So let's maybe start on the western or the left. Well, it's not exactly west, but the westernmost side. So what is the reason for having that one block that's kind of out of scope, that currently not finished, between Carroll and MLK to be on street and everything else being off street? That seems strange to me.
So that portion was reconstructed in 2018. So it has new curb, new pavements. Even though in plan views might seem simple, this off-street idea requires a big drastic change in grades and elevations. So to give you an example, in order for me to design this off-street option, it requires me to cut the road roughly by a foot in its entirety to meet the design standards. Considering that this block was built in 2018, it wouldn't make sense to destroy it and do it again. It would be too expensive considering, when it was done. And back then, the corridor study was not performed when that portion of the road was reconstructed. So that would be kind of the justification why we're not doing it on that section.
And I was going to say too, like the section west of there is that design. So we already have blocks that are just with bollards. They're not at sidewalk level. So it would continue to flow from what's been done.
Yes. Okay. That's a good reminder. Okay. Thank you. And that makes sense. And so the configuration is travel lane, flex posts, two-way cycle track, curb in that stretch then?
In that block,
Or is there a parking lane buffer?
It's travel lane, parking lane, buffer, and
Okay, so it is actually indeed a protected bike lane. It's a parking protected bike lane because there's that parking buffer.
You can see it here, huh? That's the configuration of that block from Carroll to MLK.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think that hopefully would take care of the concern that the commenter had about this not being protected, and it is indeed. Okay, good. Next, I was very pleased to see the change about the removal of the proposal to remove one block of the peak hour parking, peak hour travel lane, and just have it be a parking lane. Because I was wondering, you have one lane feeding into it, eventually turns into one lane. So why do we need to have these stretches of peak hour parking? I guess I'm wondering further west why. You said it's only proposed for this single block. Where's that traffic coming from for the following block that requires that peak hour lane?
I can explain it, but Tom Moore would be a lot better at explaining that. Tom, are you there?
Yep. So yeah, the corridor study called for a peak hour lane, both morning and afternoon. That was prior to COVID. Traffic has changed quite a bit since then. Reduced, and it's still down, so a little bit different here. Well, and just to say from the start that whatever we do with this project, we will have the opportunity, if traffic volumes increase greatly to beyond what they were 2019 or beyond. To revert back would be changing the pavement markings, signing, and reprogramming the parking meter stalls. So that could be done. But what we're proposing with this project, and after we looked into it more in the past couple of weeks, is keeping the parking on the block between Pinckney and King. For this block here, it will become a right turn only at Martin Luther King and a through lane. So that right now it's 2 through lanes, or the right lane is a through and a right lane. But the right turn volume there is high enough that we can make it a right turn only. And this would then become a peak because we do need the queuing space back from that. If we allow parking up to the intersection, that only doesn't really allow any queuing space at the stop sign. Going west of Martin Luther King, that block to the left between MLK and Carroll.
I'll go to this one. That
Yep.
shows it better.
Kind of the same thing. We can keep the parking on that block because, again, that will only have 1 lane feeding into it. And then going west from there, from Carroll down to Henry, will likely need the peak hour lane in that location. Just again, do the queuing at the stop bar for the signal. So it's kind of like every other block. This block will have a peak hour lane. The next block won't. Full-time parking. The next block will have it. To allow the queuing up to the stop sign at MLK. And then from Pinckney to King won't have it because there's only ever 1 lane feeding into it.
Okay, yeah. I think, adjusting the corridor study, which was done pre-COVID, like, I think this makes a lot of sense there. I mean, and I don't think we have any indication that traffic volumes have bounced back up. And if we built a street to not have peak hour, I think in general, avoiding the peak hour travel lanes when possible and not having a multi-lane road there is good. And the other thing that I would suggest, I mean, Tom, you said part of the point is that you think this might not be permanent, but I mean, if we think we don't need a peak hour parking lane, then that obviously offers the option of creating bump outs at the intersection and shortening the crossing distance, like at King and East Wilson, at Pinckney, and all of that. So people would really have to only cross a single lane, which I think would be amazing in this area of downtown where you have a lot of pedestrian traffic. So, I mean, unless you really think whatever 2 years from now, suddenly traffic volumes are up and we really need that travel lane, this seems like a great opportunity to make this permanent and create bump outs there. We'll see. I don't know if other people on the commission have thoughts on that. I'll take a pause and go back to my list of things. I'll come back later.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification on a couple of sections that I think I missed a little bit. First of all, you talked about a metro boarding pad, and I'm trying to figure out like sort of how wide that is, where people are going to be standing, how that's going to interact with the cycle track, that kind of thing. So if you can just kind of give me a little more information on that there.
Yes, Renee, correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be Metro's Route 38 and C, I believe. So that's southbound King Street. So we'll be taking this route and stopping in here. Metro's minimum width requirement for boarding zone is 4 feet measured from the face of the curve. So that's what we're providing in here, so that all of this would be ADA accessible. 4 feet of concrete terrace at this location. This is specifically in front of the Summit Credit Union. Behind the boarding zone is the cycle track. There's a separation or a buffer between the cycle track and the existing sidewalk remaining of 3 feet. So that's kind of the configuration that's going on in this location.
Okay, so you have a sidewalk, like a 5-foot sidewalk or however wide it is, and then
Correct.
a 3-foot buffer, and then
Correct.
an 8-foot cycle track, and then a 4-foot loading zone. Is that right?
Correct. Terrace or boarding zone at that specific location.
Is there going to be a shelter here?
No.
Okay.
There's no space.
I'm trying to imagine where people are going to stand as they're, I think we're probably going to get a whole bunch of people sort of standing there waiting for the bus as it approaches. But hopefully people who are biking there will slow down. People who are walking across the cycle track will be mindful-ish of people coming and going. But I sort of just wanted to know what the configuration was there. And I guess for some reason I thought that we needed more than 4 feet if they need to extend the ramp for wheelchairs.
I can check with Metro, but when we were coordinating this work with them with respect to their needs, that was the dimension that they provided us the absolute minimum with. But I can check with them to see if maybe more would be needed. In this case, it would be tricky because to maintain those 2 travel lanes, and we're also looking at this area to provide pit lights or any. We might need to put some street lights. If we keep reducing this buffer, then we might compromise the location of those things. So, the thing about this boarding zone is 80 feet wide. So there's might not be plenty of space in the terrace width direction, but longitudinally, it has plenty of space to accommodate. It's not clearly identified, but if I zoom in, you can see a hatch in here with those dots representing what would be the boarding pad.
Okay. So if I could just make a suggestion, in the same way that we put green paint on the road to indicate some place where drivers need to watch out for bicyclists, we might want to put something on the cycle track that indicates that this, is adjacent to a metro loading zone, so that bicyclists are aware that people might be walking across at this location, and that they might be sort of milling about, so to speak. So maybe just something on the cycle track or a sign or something that says caution, metro loading zone, something like that, might be helpful. Okay, and then I did have another question, and I think I just didn't understand what was going on. I think it was farther back. At some point, you had something marked as a 4-foot bike lane that's on the same side as the cycle track. Or maybe I misunderstood.
Do you remember if it's in Doty or Westwood?
No, it was on Wilson. It was on Wilson. And there was something about 4-foot bike lane, 7-foot parking lane, or maybe
maybe would be this section right here between Hancock and Franklin.
I don't think so, because maybe I can just clarify. The cycle track is going to be a minimum of 8 feet the entire way. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So for some reason, I was thinking that you had indicated that there was some public comment that people were worried about, I don't know what, a parking lane or need for parking or something. So there's no place, there's no place where it narrows to 4 feet.
The cycle track, no.
Okay. All right.
No, that's consistent 8 feet throughout the entirety of Wilson Street.
Okay. And that's 2-way, and there's still a sidewalk. Okay. All right.
Correct.
Fine. I don't know where I saw that or thought I heard it, but I must have misunderstood. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just have a couple points, and one of them we can actually look at this map here. So my first question is, in the pink box where it says extend ped ramp for access to cycle track, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that clearly. I understood that to mean that someone who was biking down King Street, eastbound perhaps, would have an access point to get onto the cycle track there?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, great. Love that. And then I guess, so then my other questions were for folks heading westbound onto King Street on a bicycle. So I was happy to see the bike lane just a little bit east that you added. I'm just curious what you're thinking is going to happen on the stretch from Hancock to King Street. Because, you know, already during the morning, that's basically a somewhat dangerous fight between the cyclists that want to go up King Street and the rush hour traffic. And I'm afraid that just having the bike lane go this far and then dumping folks into the traffic again, it's obviously not fixing the problem, but maybe making it worse. So I'm curious what kind of solutions there are to help carry cyclists up through King Street.
Obviously, what's being proposed in here is that the bicyclists and the motor vehicles are gonna share this traveling in here. Considering that to access King Street, there's no dedicated bicycle facilities, and that's also a shared lane, right? So it's basically maintaining the same pattern that is working right now. That's kind of the idea behind why we have it that way. With that being said, I'll pass it to Tom, because I know Tom has seen some footage and has seen what's happening typically there during the morning. So Tom, if you have any comments.
Yeah. Yeah, so we put a lot of thought into this issue. So right now, where the width is 30 feet, the existing width is 32 feet. So the median island there is shifted north 2 feet. So it's going to be a little bit tighter. Existing, right, westbound bikes are kind of in that lane, sharing the space. The volume in that lane is much lower than the volume in the left lane. So the left lane will queue up during the morning peak, oftentimes pretty much all the way back to Hancock, and the right lane stays mostly clear. So it's kind of like sometimes it's acting as a bike lane, sometimes it's a travel lane, sometimes bikes are next to traffic. So we looked into options about, can we get enough width to get an actual marked bike lane there? And there is no easy solution to do that. We like the median because it keeps traffic from turning into the Summit Credit Union parking lot, so it removes that conflict. The west end of the median is pretty much set where it is because of turning movements. We could shift it a little bit further south, but then we start to get narrow lanes, and we've got the eastbound bus stop, and we're trying to get a traffic lane around that. So that's kind of holding us where the median is. The north side curb is basically where it is existing, and there's really no room to move that north, so we can't widen it out that way. So we're kind of stuck. There are things that we could do with the eastbound side, but then we have to make a choice of if the bus stop is there and a bus is stopped there, how do we get traffic around that? So the median width is kind of at its minimum point. I think Fadi, we did look into reducing that median width 1 foot from what's shown here.
Correct.
So that could gain us a foot. And and we could maybe move the median 1 foot south, so that could get us back to existing. But there just really isn't a way to get a marked full-time bike lane next to 2 travel lanes there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was gonna say that in order to get a dedicated bicycle facility on this side, it would be basically at the expense of 1 travel lane on the south side. That's pretty much what's going on.
I'm glad that you've thought about it a lot and at least know how hairy of a situation it is there. I guess I would throw out there maybe the one sort of big picture solution that won't be perfect, but there could be more of an opportunity to entice folks to turn off of Wilson onto Franklin, just to the east, and up Main Street. That said, I know that's an option and I still go up King Street, but maybe if it was a more designated bike route, that could be an option.
Yeah, we
Sometime down
do
the road.
have plans for that to make the connections on Franklin and Hancock Street. So right, that would be an option. But people, I mean, it's really highly used, that westbound route all the way up King Street. People really like that route. So yeah.
I'll let others jump in before I bring up one more point.
Are you sure, Chris? You want to go? You have the floor if you want to go ahead.
All right, real quick, to Doty Street. I think that you said, Fadi, that instead of the 10 and 10, you were going to go to 9.5 and 13.5. Can you explain that and why you wouldn't give more room to the parking lane on the south and narrow that travel lane?
Yeah, I can jump in on this one too. So pretty much ever since the Majestic got fully going in, it was like 2007, we've had this issue where pretty much on a weekly basis when they have, it's usually every Friday or Thursday or Friday where their buses come in and you can see the bus right there on the aerial. So they park there to access their loading door to bring all the equipment in. And what we have found pretty much from the first year is that with the bus parked there, oftentimes the travel lane is effectively closed. And some people try to squeeze around, but a lot of times people are too worried that it's too narrow because the bus extends so far out. And basically from that first year, we said whenever Doty Street is reconstructed, we need to get, we were shooting for 22 feet from the face of curb to the travel lane line. Right here is showing 21 and a half. We think that'll probably still work, but that's the critical dimension, is from the face of curb to the lane line between the 2 travel lanes. Because that bus extends so far out in that lane, the 21 and a half feet is critical to maintain a travel lane around the parked bus that's loading into the Majestic.
Gotcha. The things you don't think of when you're just looking at a plan. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Fadi, you mentioned a particular intersection you were paying attention to for folks with vision loss to cross, and I'm sorry I missed the details. Could you just review that one again? I think it was on Wilson.
Correct. It's the intersection of Wilson with King and Butler.
King. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
None of the ramps meet ADA compliance. None of them have the minimum grade, have the maximum grade. They're they're steep. They don't have any detectable warning fields. They are shooting pedestrians diagonally into the intersection.
Yes, they are.
They're okay.
Yep. I totally know now that as soon as you named it, I'm like, yep, I can feel it. So thank you. I don't need any more there. And thank you very much for adjusting that.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Denise. Harold, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, just staying here to come back what Chris has said, and Tom, I appreciate you talking through the various trade-offs that have to be made there. But I do wonder, do we need those 2 eastbound travel lanes? Because I think right both from King Street and from Butler, you have only a single lane feeding Wilson Street eastbound there. Is that right?
That is correct.
So I guess the main concern is, I think what you said, Tom, what if a bus is stopped there, right?
Right. If a bus is stopped and the cars can't get around it, they're going to back up into the intersection, which then I think the next signal phase is Butler Street. So then Butler wouldn't be able to turn right onto Wilson.
I have that kind of, as a group, we thought about all of these things. I can share this plan. So here's that scenario in which we kind of eliminate one travel lane eastbound. You can see here on the south side how tight it is for that vehicle, that passenger car, assuming it's a passenger car, to squeeze around that bus on that loading zone. It's to make it work. It's kind of difficult and might affect the operation of the intersection itself. So we thought about it, and here's kind of the result of it.
Yeah, and I guess there's no way to move the bus stop, right?
We tried that too, and
yeah, I figured you did. It's unfortunate, but I don't know. Yeah, okay. Do you mind going back to Dodie, like the Majestic that we just talked about? So I get the point about the buses being parked there. I mean, why don't we then still just make the parking lane wider and reduce the travel lane width? Just, two narrow travel lanes are better for keeping speeds in check, rather like just in terms of where the markings are.
Yeah, so there's actually no lane line between the parking and the travel lane. So when you look out there right now, the parking stalls are marked out with the little T markings to show where you park. I suppose we could mark that out, 9 feet or something a little bit wider, but that's kind of like the standard marking. The Majestic issue is typically 2 or 3 days out of the week. So when other people are parked there, we kind of want them to be parked, where they typically are. But
right, I'm just slightly concerned about having a 13.5-foot wide lane, but maybe we just need to make sure there's regularly shows at the Majestic that there's always buses parked there to narrow things down.
Seems like there always is.
Okay, I think that's it then.
Okay, thanks. Great discussion, very detailed discussion. Anybody, and excellent to listen to the public feedback and make changes as a result of the public feedback. Other comments or questions for Fadi or Tom? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Is there anything else that you need from us, Fadi?
No, I think I see Harold's hand up.
Oh, Harold, put your hand back up. Okay, go ahead, Harold.
Sorry, one more thing. So you mentioned the buffer between the cycle track and the sidewalk, and how wide it is and how it varies.
Yes.
So it's all going to be at the same level. The cycle track is going to be marked, but the buffer is not going to look any different than the sidewalk, right? That's all continuous surface.
It is going to be continuous surface. If you have seen how it was built between Bloom and Henry, there's a different color concrete there. The concrete areas can be, have a different tone, and so making it clear that that's not a sidewalk, that's something different. Also, even though they're going to be typically at the same level, there's a sidewalk maintain its continuous cross slope to maintain ADA compliance. At some location, that buffer is gonna vary with with respect to the cross slope. So there's going to be a clear difference that that's not a sidewalk. We're going to identify that with the construction methods.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any other comments or questions? I'll wait a little longer this time. Okay, I'm seeing no hands now. So I think that's it, Fadi and Tom.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of great discussion, a lot of great solutions there offered. Okay, thanks so much. So next we have Knutson Drive. Do we have anybody else registered? Aiden, let me just ask that for the rest of the items.
No, we have nobody left.
Okay, all right. So Andy and Nishali, is that right? Am I saying that correctly? I hope.
Nashali.
Nashali, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andy Zwig, principal engineer from our engineering streets department. I'm here to talk to you today about Knutson Drive, and I'll share my screen. While I'm doing that, I wanted to let the committee know that Nashali, she's a new engineer in our department, and she assisted me with the public engagement process and preparation for this meeting. So I appreciate her assistance, and then she'll definitely be back to this committee next month to present kind of her own project. So I appreciate
Andy,
it.
can I interrupt you for just 1 minute? I just want to let the commission members know we're now down to 7 members and 6 is a quorum. So we've had a couple people drop off. So if anybody needs to leave, please check in with us before you do, just in case somebody else has already dropped off. We can't drop below 6 or we will lose our quorum. Thanks, Andy.
Sure. Okay. So I'm here to talk to you today about Knutson Drive resurfacing and reconstruction and Green Avenue resurfacing. So I'm just gonna have my presentation here. I'm just gonna talk about the location, the purpose, complete green seats, transit, speed study, parking study, proposed street designs, proposed street design options, utility design, stormwater management, questionnaire results, forestry information. So first, where are we? So we're on the upper northeast side off of Northport Drive. So here's Knutson. We're in District 18, Alder Miazzi's district. Dashed line is resurfacing. Thick black line is the reconstruction portion. While we're here, so I'm here to inform the commission about the upcoming 2024 construction project. I'm going to inform the commission about our engagement and our questionnaire results. And I'm here to gain feedback from the street layout options for the reconstruction portion. The reconstruction portion right now is a rural road. So just give you just what this street is. It's a residential neighborhood street. Our high priority is walkway because we don't have any walkways. Lesser priority is the flex zone and the travel zone. The current speed limit is 25. Transit network. So the current transit network, the bus comes up Green Avenue and turns into the Wisconsin Center and onto state property, comes out at the intersection of Westport and Knutson, and then goes down Knutson to Northport. So with this project, the Metro is going to revise the current route, which is just going to be the green route, run it all the way up Green Avenue and run full length of Knutson heading eastbound. Future bus rapid transit, part of the north-south planning process, is to get rid of the current metro route, go with the BRT route, which will be Green Avenue, Knutson, all headed eastbound. Eastbound only. Current, the metro route, and the future bus rapid transit. Speed study. So we did a speed study here this summer. So here are some of the volumes. So west of Westport, we have less than 1,500 vehicles a day, and east of Westport, we have just under 3,000 vehicles a day. I do some of the speed data there. We'll talk a little bit more about speeding later. The data shows that there is speeding on the street. It doesn't rank as one of the most streets in the city that has high speeding, but it's definitely something that came up at the public engagement and something that we plan to address. We did a parking study, so pretty easy on this data. We did it in July, weekdays, weeknights, weekends, and it didn't show any parking. That makes sense. It's a pretty small road right now, maybe 22 feet. It has a ditch on the north side, not really any room for parking. I did, witness a car when we did a site visit. There is one on Google Street View. People kind of just park on the side of the road, kind of on the side slope of the ditch if they do park. So the proposed street design. So our first public meeting was in September of 23. Our second public meeting was a few weeks ago, November 29th. So the street reconstruction portion is replace the asphalt, the gravel, driveway aprons. We want to put new curb and new sidewalk in, specifically sidewalk on both sides. The resurfacing portion is broken up into two. You have this section right here, which is on Knutson from Heffernan to Green. We need to install storm sewer on Heffernan. We need to bring that up to the reconstruction portion because there has been reports of flooding up there to private property from right-of-way water. So we want to bring the storm sewer up to Knutson. So this section is resurfacing, but we got to put some storm sewer pipe in. This long section of resurfacing is only remove a few inches of asphalt pavement and put new back. So just some of the traffic calming things that we are currently looking into and want to implement are curb bump outs. This is at the Westport intersection. That intersection right now it's rural, so it's really wide, no curb, big sweeping radiuses. So I'm going to look to tighten all that up, add curb with sidewalks, curb ramps, narrow the crossings, put bump outs in. And then we do have a series of options and street layout geometrics that we've put out to the public. We do want to keep the streets narrow. One of the options has streets that are narrow. So the street design options, the important stuff, I just wanted to give you a background of kind of how we got to this point. Here's the street design options. We've made a few tweaks since I sent this PowerPoint to the agenda last week as we kind of continue to get public engagement or public feedback and have internal discussions of kind of what we want the street to look like. So first option 1A is 66 foot right away. It's just 2 lanes in each direction. We had proposed them to 11. We did hear back from the public that they wanted them narrower. So we have bus rapid transit running east. So we want to keep that lane at 11, but westbound, we just today talked about taking that to 10, and I think that's a good idea. That's kind of what came out of public feedback. We do have wide terraces here. We're looking to maintain the existing terrace trees in there as this area has a good tree priority score, and we're looking to put sidewalks in on both sides as there are none right now. So this is option 1A. Knutson from Green to Northport, the whole width. So just continue with option A. I talked about the 11-foot lane width I have westbound. It should be eastbound, and 10-foot should be westbound. So also what's come out of the meeting is you can see this exhibit below. I do have parking pockets that I put in. There was a little feedback from the first public meeting about concerns of no parking. So that's why it was added in there. We certainly didn't want to propose something that didn't include any. So since the meeting, the public said, we're not really interested in this first pocket right here. So that we would propose to take that out of this option. This parking pocket here, I don't have it. I've since changed it. It went from was 140 feet is what you see here. I propose to take it down to 75 for 5 cars instead of 9. Specifically, we want to put a bus stop here and draw this parking pocket back. But you can see with tightening up the intersection, you can see the aerial photo of where all the existing pavement is. This entrance into the Central Wisconsin Center, it's more like an intersection now. I would propose to make this a driveway entrance where you would have a priority sidewalk through the driveway, like a resident or a condo or a business, and give priority to pedestrians there, and turn this more into a apron where you would kind of have to ramp up, maybe slow down a little bit before you make the turn. And then the third parking pocket is 130 feet at 8 cars. So to continue, option 1B, this is Knutson Guide, Green to Westport. So it's a portion of the street. Nothing changes from 1A, 2 11-foot or 11-foot lane, 10-foot lane. Westport to Northport, through talking with the alder during the summer, maybe we wanted to add some bike lanes. So we did in 1B, we did put some bike lanes in from Knutson to from Westport to Northport, as that has a little bit higher traffic volume. This would be a 7-foot bike lane, 11-foot drive lane, 10-foot drive lane, 7-foot bike lane. Terraces narrow a little bit. Get to so we would 7-foot bike lane. So we did hear a lot of stuff from the public about speeding. So this option does result in higher pavement, which could result in higher speeds. This option does take out, actually it doesn't take out any trees in this option. Option 2A. So 2A, full length of the street, Green to Northport, 2 drive lanes. We added 2 parking lanes. To this option would remove all the trees in the right of way. All the trees that we're concerned about are from Green Avenue to Westport. There are none that we're concerned about from Westport to Northport, which is why adding the bike lanes didn't take out any trees. There aren't any there. This has, again, wider pavement, lots of room for cars. 2B, this is a portion of the street, Green Avenue to Westport. This is the same as 2A, 2 drive lanes, 2 parking lanes, takes all the trees in this section. That was just in 2A. 2B, Westport to Northport. Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry, I had the wrong, this slide should have the parking, the bike lanes in it. So in 2B, we go away from the full parking from Westport to Northport, and we're again back to the bike lane. So we have 2B is a combination of parking from Green to Westport and bike lanes Westport to Northport. So just kind of finish up some things. We're going to leave the sanitary, leave the water. Those are all new. We got to bring up storm sewer to Knutson to help some flooding and drainage issues. This project, since it has a ditch on the entire north side or a portion of the north side, we're going to be required to do bioretention or rain garden. So that is a priority on the project, which is keeping the road narrower to fit this infrastructure in is important. So just to go in, down by the Green Avenue intersection, we've got reports from residents of flooding there, because that water goes into the ditch along Knutson, it hits the Green Avenue and just spills into the street or goes into private property, because then everything west of Green is all urban with curb and gutter and storm sewer. So we're going to be required to put some kind of bio retention, or if residents are interested in rain gardens, somewhere on the north side. So there's just a map of this is the parcel that had some flooding, which makes sense because this ditch comes down here, and then the water just doesn't have anywhere to go. It just finds the lowest point, which is in this property. So we would add some kind of bioretention there, and all the curb and all the water would be directed into storm sewer, this bioretention. You're going to have a sidewalk here, which will create some kind of dam to keep the right-of-way water in the street. So the questionnaire results, we did 2 questionnaires. The first one was the first public meeting in September, where we just kind of asked general question of your transportation concerns, low, moderate, and high. So some of them to note is, speeding was a high priority. Green is high priority. Yellow is low. So on-street parking was low, but you had a lot of green of safe walking routes, not stopping at stop signs, not yielding at crosswalks. You had cars too close to bikes and people. I mean, that makes sense because there's nothing out there for any kind of separation. This was 41 responses. The next question in questionnaire 1 was kind of the types of modes that people are using. There are people that are walking. There's not a lot of biking in this section. It makes sense. That infrastructure is just not a good street to bike on. The transit route is goes through the Wisconsin Center, so it's incomplete and doesn't go up to Green or Knutson. And a lot of people drive. So question 2 is where we just gave our questionnaire 2, which was in November. We gave all the options. So 29 responses, option 1A, which is my preference and engineering's preference. So it was just over 40% support, can live with it. Just under 20% do not support. And then option B, heavily do not support. That was B was bike lanes east of Westport. 2A and 2B do not support, so not support of the full parking, which came out in the second meetings. A lot of people really wanted the parking cut down as well. So just to finalize things, just to reiterate, forestry, it's got a really good tree equity score. It's got a good canopy. So planting new trees is on the lower priority because I'd like to maintain some of the good trees that forestry's planted. And that's a high priority. So I'm looking for feedback. You could give me a motion on what option you prefer. I can also take your questions. That's the end of my PowerPoint.
Okay, comments, questions? Harold.
Yeah, thanks, Andy, for walking us through this. High-level question: with North-South BRT being in the plans but not being finalized and all of that, does it make sense to do this project right at this point?
Yeah, BRT is probably 2028, 2027, 2028. I'm not specifically sure on up here. But yeah, Alder Miazzi has asked for it for the last few years to get it on the schedule. It is an important connection between Green and Northport for all abilities. It lacks, no one from west of Green can walk to Northport safely. There's really 2 entrances to the west here. It's Troy Drive or Knutson. So improving this street, I think, is important. You can get good connections to a sidewalk that's on Northport Drive.
Yeah, and I guess I was necessarily thinking that the actual construction would wait until North-South BRT is happening, but like, I mean, it's my understanding that not all of the station locations right now are determined, and so
Good point.
that level of detail, even the question will, I mean, probably it will be this one-way loop, but
Yeah, I apologize. There are no stations planned on Canusian Drive. It is more of a like a loop. There are certainly stops that could be made, but there's no stations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, other comments or questions? Alder Biazzi, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and I just really thankful that this finally is coming to the Transportation Commission, and looking forward to this project being done. To me, as an alder of this district, and like Transportation said, that I actually was been asking for this for the last 3 years, because I don't know why they did about 250 homes at the bottom of Knutson by Green Avenue, and without addressing this. But this is something that the constituents been asking for such a long time. The speeding, like I said, has been like it was mentioned, that it's been a problem for a while. This street, if you've been on the street, it definitely needs to be resurfaced and reconstructed. So it's a much needed project that's been people have been looking for the last 20 years. So I'm glad that it's finally coming to fruition.
Thank you, Alder. Harold, your hand is up. Did you have something more?
No, sorry. That was not my intention.
Okay, no. Okay. Alder Biazzi, was that all you had then?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Anybody else have any other comments? It looks like Andy's looking for, my understanding, Andy, is option 1A is what is recommended by staff.
Yeah, I think it's a good balance with keeping the street narrow, adding bump out, shorter crossings, sidewalk on both sides, parking pockets, space for stormwater management.
Okay, that is the recommendation from staff, and it sounded like you wanted a recommendation, a formal recommendation via motion, Andy. Was that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Alder Biazzi, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just wondering, what is the possibility, and what would hinder this as far as having sidewalks on just one side of the street? What is your thoughts, Andy?
Oh yeah, so that did come up. Residents specifically in the reconstruction portion asked, why I didn't present sidewalks on one side, and I did that because I don't look that doesn't solve any problems for me. So then it's just, what side do I put it on? Whatever side I put it on, those people aren't going to like it, and then they're going to ask me to move it to the other side. So that's one of the reasons. And with option 1A and keeping the street narrow, we have space to put in sidewalk on both sides, and all my exhibits did show the sidewalk, out towards the right of way as the worst case scenario. And I'm planning on, you can just see from my slide, along that north side, I have the sidewalk, kind of moving around things. There's a few things I'm looking to avoid. So I think that we can put it on both sides. We have space in option 1 to do it. And I can move the side, since the terraces are so big, I can move the sidewalk around, avoid private trees. I can avoid significant disruptions to private property. I just think it fits here, and it's the time to do it, as if people want to walk to Northport and then walk down the sidewalk down Northport. I think it's just, we're here, and it fits.
All right, thank you so much. And I'll definitely, if I had to support it, I'll definitely support 1A, given that the speeding, having a narrow the street, and also, just even preserving some of the trees that are the canopy that's on the street.
Thanks, Alder.
Thank you.
Harold.
Yeah, I guess then I will make a motion to recommend moving forward with option 1A.
Is there a second? Denise, there's a second?
Yep, I can second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to move forward with option 1A. Alder Miazzi, did you have a comment?
No, Chair, just, no.
Okay, you supported 1A, you said earlier, right?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, I saw your hand pop back up again, so we may be trying to go up and down here just by mistake. So there's a motion by Harold to recommend moving forward with option 1A, seconded by Denise. Did you have it? Did you wish to speak to your motion, Harold?
I mean, it's late, so I'll keep it very short. I think Andy made a good case. The residents supported having the parking lane or bike lanes that are underutilized would not deal with the speeding issue. So yeah, having a narrow road width with sidewalks on both sides for accessibility seems like the way to go.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain or wishes a roll call vote. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, option 1A it is. And thanks very much. Good discussion, and Alder Miazzi, it looks like a great project moving forward.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's move right along. We have an update on Metro Transit accessibility and paratransit. I think we have Mick, Jesse, and Phil here tonight.
Yes. Oh, they're still here. All right. Yes, we're here.
Yes, and thank you for waiting this many hours to present. I knew the West Area Plan was going to take a while. That was a bit beyond my projected time frame, but hard to say. Go ahead. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. I want to introduce Phil Gackey, who is overseeing paratransit. He's one of our operations managers. And Jesse Stammer is our marketing and customer service manager. And I thought the three of us would let you know what's going on with the with our paratransit and accessibility efforts. I'm going to share screen quick and give you our. There we go. Okay. So just a quick update. We've talked about this before at this meeting, but we have, with the redesign, we still have about 80 stops that still need boarding pads. We're expecting to update those stops next year. And as part of that discussion, we also talked about other issues that might be needed. So we did a Tell Us About Your Stop campaign. We put out flyers. We're still on our website, and we have just been fielding calls and taking notes on people have been sending us information about accessible pedestrian signals, the need for crosswalks, bench requests. Mike Chekvala, our capital projects manager, is really focusing on benches next year in shelters, and he's looking at getting smaller benches that'll fit into more shelters. So he's working on that. So he's putting real focus on just improving these kind of items. The program is not something that's going to end. It's going to be ongoing. We'll keep it on our website. We'll keep pushing it out in our rider alert, and we'll just keep asking for more input. Just wanted to mention too that the City of Madison and our Metro websites, there's always they've been screen reader friendly for a few years now, and we also have outreach teams. We have 2 people on staff right now that are just dedicated to go out to groups and to talk to people. So that is just like training that people can call us up and we can send folks out to talk to people at any time in a much more easy fashion than we were able to do in the past. And then we've also set up a email and text alert for accessibility items. And we promise we won't spam, but if people would like to sign up for those lists, we envision using that list to, once BRT buses start getting going, we'll put out a notice to, if you'd like to take a training ride on our new buses, to train, to check out the new BRT stations, that kind of thing. And we'll just put out general invites for us to come out to groups. So we won't put out a lot of messages because we want people to sign up and we don't want them to think that we're going to load up inboxes, but that is an option that's out there. And to make it easier for people using screen readers, all you have to do to sign up is just email mymetrobus@cityofmadison.com or visit, you can also visit mymetrobus.com/alerts to sign up. Mike Checkvallow also wanted me to mention that all of our bus rapid transit stations will be fully accessible. And as part of that, the new all-electric buses, the first ones are expected actually any day. We should have 4 or 5 early next week. So we're going to start taking pictures. You might see them around. You might see them around the city as drivers start to train them or start to train on them from that appointment. And just also something to mention, to utilize paratransit, it's not all or nothing. You can use both paratransit and fixed route service. It's not, by using one, that doesn't limit you from using the other one. And now I want to talk about we've been talking about that we could use some improvements in paratransit. We have good service, but we do need to be better. Our service, we acknowledge, is out of date, and improvements are coming. And with that, I want to turn over to Phil, and Phil can tell us a little bit more about the improvements that are coming.
Good evening, and I guess welcome to night shift. My name's Phil Gadke. I'm operations manager here at Metro. I know some faces, some are new. But I just wanted to share with you some of the things we have in the works in the operations unit to try and improve paratransit in the short term, and then also some of our long-term goals that we've got coming up with some big upgrades that are in the works right now. So I've been in this paratransit oversight role for about a year or so. So I've been able to kind of take a step back and look at how things work operationally, looking for, what can we do that would be more efficient? Where are our biggest problem areas? What can we do right now to help improve the service, improve our ability to get people on board using the service? What can we do better in the short term? And I recognized a few things that in particular, to start, one of the biggest things is our application process is pretty out of date, with people having to fill out a piece of paper and mail it in. And if something isn't right, then we have to get a hold of the person and mail applications back, and it's very old. So we're working on building a more efficient online application process for people to utilize, that, essentially won't let you make those errors or have fields that aren't filled in when you submit your application, and make it quicker, more efficient. Our scheduling processes right now are also pretty old and need to be updated, which moves into our technology upgrade project, which I'm sure you've heard about on the fixed route side of things that are coming up in the technology upgrade. But paratransit is also included in that upgrade. So we are going to be transitioning into a new software for scheduling, which includes things where riders will be able to manage their rides online, similarly to some of the things planned on fixed route, with being able to manage your fares and purchasing fares and having an account and things like that. Our paratransit riders are going to be able to do very similar things utilizing online tools. And this new software will essentially be able to have more of an automated type ride scheduling system where it becomes more efficient. We're more connected with our service providers, and they have more of a live environment when it comes to rides and rescheduling throughout the day, cancellations, things like that. So we're going to see an improvement in both on-time performance with our providers, and we're going to see an improvement in the convenience of managing your own rides as a rider, and a lot more efficiency on our end, on the backside in operations, with the ability to basically have more of an oversight into ride scheduling rather than manually scheduling rides that we have to do right now. So it isn't going to be subject to as much human error when it comes to scheduling, more efficiency, which allows us to look at more options with different types of scheduling. And we can't quite know for sure how all that's going to look yet until we really get into the meat of it. But it is definitely something that we're going to start working on in this next year. As far as our contract, we start off with the contract review process and get into design and testing and all those phases 2024, and we're looking at rolling out 2025. So I wanted to share that with everyone, that we are definitely looking at improving what we're doing. Paratransit, it's time for those upgrades. It's time to get into the 21st century with some of our things. And I really am excited to be involved in this project, to be involved in paratransit, in taking some of the thoughts and things that I've seen over the last year, in where we can do better and making it better for our riders. I'm thinking that everyone is going to see a better system. I want to roll it out as a new brand. Let's make paratransit noticeable, and let's make it cool. I'm really excited for it. So I'm hoping that everyone else feels the same way as we move through this project, and we'll definitely be keeping you up to speed. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have tonight. I know we're getting late, so I'll try not to talk too much further, but that's all I have for this paratransit piece, I guess.
Okay, comments or questions for Mick, Jesse, or Phil? Denise, go ahead.
Of course, I've got my hand up.
Yes, of course.
So first of all, Mick, thank you for really hearing us on the needs around kind of real-time information share about accessibility of stops, etc. So I'm really happy to see that continued work happening. And yes, I did sign up to get the text alerts, and it was very screen reader accessible. The Metro site has significantly improved for screen reader accessibility, and looking forward to doing the stop visit and getting on the bus and stuff and having that training. And we'll work with you on getting some folks together to do that. Also happy to always be a tester for the accessibility of the website. Really pleased to see you're going to redo the form, because I got a call one night from one of our constituents who's like, is this real? I can't screen reader access the form and it's not fillable. So so glad to hear that that's going to be taken care of for the paratransit. Also so important that we're doing revisions to paratransit. I think if you don't use paratransit, I want to say this out loud to the commission, because I think people might think paratransit is sometimes it's an experience that really compromises people's dignity. And I think it's important to say that. And so I really appreciate that there is an effort getting started to revamp how the system works, how people access it. giving people more independence with it. In most paratransit systems, you have to book your rides well in advance, at least 24 hours in advance. And then the system's not responsive to changes like a doctor's appointment that changes the day of. I have employees who are routinely late to work because of paratransit issues. So I'm curious if the online booking system will give more flexibility for same day, kind of on demand. If we're going to be trending in that direction, which would be a major improvement to paratransit. So kind of how will that impact the everyday life of paratransit users is one of my really big questions. I've got a couple others too, so I'll just give them to you, and then you can speak to them. The other thing that I think is always concerning to me about paratransit, and this is true because it's an FTA rule, is that folks have to kind of prove that they're not able to use a fixed route system. So there's a lack of dignity in that, kind of like you have to fail at using fixed route in order to qualify for paratransit. So I'm super glad that you've grandfathered in folks and they don't have to go through the process again of being qualified. I appreciate that, there's an interview process that you can get a ride to and from. I'm hoping that there's not a skills assessment. Some transit providers in this country make people physically prove that they can't use a fixed route system, and the lack of dignity in that it just makes me weep. So I'm hoping that that's not part of the system here. I'm not a paratransit user. It's just too inconvenient for me for the work that I do. But it sounds like hopefully it's more of an interview and conversation. So I think that I do have, and we can have a deeper conversation offline about what that process is like, but kind of really starting to push towards, on-demand transportation to meet those changes that people experience, just as a natural part of life that happen in less than 24-hour in advance of the ride increment. So I kind of muddled my questions in with my comments. So, kind of getting back to what's the benefit, how's this new system going to work? Does it allow for same day scheduling and same day changes, and then a little bit around the dignity in the process for qualification for paratransit?
I appreciate those comments, and I completely understand your questions and concerns because I share the same. So the goal is to have more same day flexibility, and I believe that having new efficient scheduling software will really help us gain that. I can't say specifically how it's going to all work yet because we haven't gone through the build out process of how the software is going to work for us yet. But I completely agree. In one of the things that I use as an example when I advocate for same day scheduling is a fixed route rider can take the big bus and go to their doctor's appointment. Bingo. And let's say they get a prescription that they weren't planning on getting, right? So they can take the big bus over to Walgreens and get their prescription and, go about their day. Our paratransit rider that did the same thing, scheduled an appointment the day before or their ride the day before, doesn't have that option to reschedule to go Bingo. All of a sudden make that change. So that's an ultimate goal. I can't specifically say how it'll work yet, but please know that that's something that we are definitely working towards, and being more connected with our providers on a live, real-time type system will help that as well. And as far as the in-person assessments, I know it sounds worse than it is in some cases. I like to think of an in-person assessment as an opportunity for riders to learn about what paratransit is, how to use it, an opportunity to talk directly with our staff member who does in-person assessments. One of the things that, you know, when I hear people talk about, well, I have to come in and do this, it exposes, for a new rider, it exposes you to the bus and how the rides work. It's legitimately just a regular old paratransit ride that we schedule. And we have flexible scheduling so we can work with people and get their assessments done on, you know, by working out an appointment time that works best for everybody. We're as flexible as we can be. So people that have odd schedules or nighttime, you know, we make it work. But what the process did is in 2014, I think, is when it all started. 13 or 14, we used to have this massive application with all these ridiculous questions, and it has really shortened up the application piece. And we don't do any type of it's basically just to sit down with our staff member. We don't do any type of testing or verify. You know, she observes them as they're, you know, observes their gait and things and people, but it is just, it's part of the assessment process, but it isn't questioned. You know, there's no skills test involved. Let's just meet.
Yay.
You know, it's 20 minutes, a half an hour. And it is an opportunity to really learn about the service and essentially try it out. So I look at it as a good thing. It's an opportunity to interact with our riders from a personal level. And we have a really great assessment person, by the way. Kudos to Laura. She's not here, but really great person. So it's always kind of a positive meeting.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate your perspective. You know, I can hear your desire for dignity coming through, because I will say across the country that's not always consistent. You know, working on this issue on a national level, I hear some pretty abhorrent things happening in those assessments. So, you know, as this process is going on and you're working on the, you know, the accessibility of the app or website and looking at, you know, any other changes to paratransit, you know, my encouragement is to, keep reaching out. You know, Mick, you've done a really good job, you know, reaching out to Access to Independence, to my agency, you know, other disability serving ones, and of course, really utilizing the Disability Rights Commission to help guide the process. So you just really want to kudos for doing that, and then encouragement to, you know, to continue and utilize us as resources.
We'll be in touch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Denise. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for all the updates. One particular point that I found exciting, you mentioned bench requests and that there might be more benches coming in response to the Tell Us About Your Stop campaign. And so I guess I just want to ask / encourage you to, like, you know, benches are great for accessibility. Benches are also great for all kinds of other reasons. Like, I might not need a bench, but I really appreciate it. So is there a plan, like, of systematically, like, not just responding to requests, but also based on number of boardings or at transfer stations to improve station amenities such as benches?
I want to say, and Mike's on vacation right now, but I believe the last conversation that we had was that he was going to try to put in as many benches as possible. We're testing out these smaller benches right now, and it took us a few months to get those in. So we just put in an order to get the 2 test benches installed, and then Mike, and we have a new Mike's got a new staff person. Tim Sabota has switched over to this type of project, so he is looking into those placements and getting that all set up. So that's actually Tim's new job, is to work on these kind of things. So I remember Mike is interested in just kind of looking at new shelter variations and just kind of improving all the infrastructure out there. So it's not just upon request. It says, I do remember Mike saying it's as many as we can.
I like that very much. Where are the 2 benches installed right now? The new ones?
I knew as soon as I said that you're going to ask me that. I'll find that out and I'll email that out to you.
Awesome. I want to see them. Thanks. Okay. That's great.
Of course.
Okay. Send it to all of us, Mick, so we can know. That would be great.
Okay.
All right. Other comments or questions? This is very helpful. And as we talk about this going forward, I think your idea of coming back and reporting progress periodically, it's such an important issue. And there has been so much interest from the public in what's going on that I think, Mick, Jesse, and Phil, whatever you feel would be appropriate timeframes to come back and talk to the group. And certainly working with Denise and others offline, as you have been, is very much appreciated. But I think it's, and people let me know if you disagree, but I think this is great to hear about periodically so we can understand the progress. And we had significant conversations and discussion and comments and, complaints from people during the whole network redesign about this very issue. So I think it's important that we know where we're at. So
yeah, we'd be glad to come back whenever you think appropriate. We can talk about it. But Jesse, Phil, and I were just kind of talking about how the redesign just kind of it didn't transfer well over into paratransit. So we've been talking a lot about it, and we do have a lot of good things in paratransit. I just want to plug our group in the call center right now. I've worked with a lot of great people, but this is the best group I've ever worked with, the friendliest group. So we have a lot of good people that are helping out right now. And we just want to, as Phil described, we just want to take another step forward and improve things even further.
Great, thanks. Alderman Yazzie, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment that as we're making different and amazing new initiatives and new things, upgrading. I made a post before on my city blog about paratransit because a lot of people didn't know about it. So now that people are even aware of it, it'll be nice that any upgrades that you guys are doing, especially with the redesign and everything going on, I think is important to actually give us alders like a blog about the new system and just to be able to tell people about it. I think that's really important. So if you guys have something that you guys want me to put out and let my constituents know, please do.
Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Yeah, great suggestion, Alder, and getting that to all alders so that they can, be incorporated in all their blogs and let everybody know. That's a great suggestion. Other comments? Is that all you had then, Alder?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Other comments? Okay, thanks, Mick. Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate you coming and giving us that update. And we'll look forward to hearing again from you soon.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yep.
Thanks. All right, so we'll let Mick stop sharing and then we'll get back to... Thanks, Mick. Okay, next item on the agenda is, thanks so much, is an update from the TC Appeals Subcommittee. Again, just a reminder, it was Denise, Darren, and myself. Giselle Dunn appealed the denial of her taxi cab license. We had a very interesting appeal hearing. After the hearing, we heard first from the Madison Police Department Captain Winter, and then we heard from the appellant Giselle Dunn. Ms. Dunn offered convincing testimony. She showed remorse, made restitution, offered sound reasons for why she had earned this opportunity. And, the police department doesn't have the opportunity to actually hear from the applicant during the process. So the denial was based solely on the minimal facts that the captain was given. So after hearing all of the testimony from Ms. Dunn, in her closing statement, Captain Winter recommended that the denial be reversed. And the subcommittee met and unanimously voted to reverse the denial and approve the taxi cab license. So as we all agreed, this is why we have an appeal process. And Captain Winter said, yeah, this is great. This is why we have an appeal process. I'm glad you appealed. I'm glad to have this information. And I recommend that the license be granted. So Denise, Aaron, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think you summed it up well, and it was just yeah, it was just quite an experience actually to be able to go through that, and I was happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, Denise, did you have anything?
Yeah, just that, you know, what you already said. I just think that the appeals process is so critical. I think I've served on five or six hearings, and we have reversed, you know, the decision from MPD in a couple of those situations. And, you know, you can just, Giselle made me cry because the relief for her and the opportunity for her to make a better life for herself and her young child was just, it was so apparent, and it was just very powerful about why these appeal hearings really matter. And in other cases, we were like, nope, totally back up MPD on this. This is absolutely not someone we want behind the wheel of a cab. So it's an important process.
Yeah. And I would tell you, I believe this was a first where we had the captain from MPD actually recommend that we reverse the decision formally. So yeah, it was a really rewarding experience actually to be involved in that. Did anybody have any questions for us? Okay. Great. And thanks to Denise and Darren for serving. Really very much appreciated it. So next we have the reminder to commission members of the annual statement of interest filing. I don't know at this point if anybody hasn't filed, but if you don't file by the deadline, just a reminder that when the clerk notifies us that you haven't filed the form after the first of the year, you can't participate or vote on any matter before the body. That's according to the city attorney. So that's huge. And then if you continue to not file, the council can actually remove you from the commission, which I have seen happen. So it's really serious consequences, but everybody's done a great job of filing timely in the past few years. So I'm hoping that we'll have that again. But the city ordinances say we have to put it on, and we have to give you that reminder. So any questions about it? If anybody needs a link, again, Aiden has the email from the clerk. I have the email from the clerk. Just let us know if you need a refresher on it. On item 9, our crossover reports. Does anybody have anything to report from any of the other BCCs that they're on? Harold?
Very fresh from today's meeting. BPW approved all of the bikeways projects, so Lakeside, Elver Park, and all of the other ones. All I have.
Great, thanks. Robbie?
Well, one item which I'm sure everybody has seen in the news is that the Lake Street ramp is going to close, I think the 27th of December. This is from the Joint Campus Area Committee. That's not news to anybody on here, but it's generated a lot of discussion on various listservs and Facebook groups and such. They're still working on trying to figure out the what to do around the Limnology building to improve or reduce, I should say, conflicts between bicyclists, pedestrians, people using the Limnology building, and various vehicles that need to access the doors of the Limnology building. That's ongoing. And I think they said that the path from the Campus Drive path to Observatory along Willow Creek might be open. I think that's what they said. They said something about the path along Willow Creek, but I haven't gone out there to check it myself. So hopefully that will be open soon because the path on the other side of Willow Creek is gravel and it's really bad in the winter. And it would be really nice to have a paved surface to get from the Campus Drive path to Observatory. And that's all the transportation stuff. There was lots and lots on building various things that will, I'm sure, disrupt various corridors in the future.
Okay, great. Thanks. Other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Item 10, general announcements. I attended the TC social gathering on November 30th. We had 8 TC members there by my count, which was great, along with several staff members as well, at least a half a dozen. So it was great. It was a little smaller than I had hoped, but it's a very difficult time of year, as I understand it. So if you're interested, we could try and plan another one in the summer where we may have more attendance. So you'll have to all let me know if you're interested, and we'll bring it up again at some point. And just an FYI, the TC recommendations related to the Mineral Point Road widened sidewalk project and the TDM ordinance amendments were adopted by the council. So substitutions were made, amendments were made, and they were all adopted. So I was very pleased to see that myself. So that's all I had for announcements. And we do have a busy January coming up. Potentially, we may see approval of some Metro Transit Network redesign refinements, which we talked about earlier, that they were planning some additional refinements for the spring. Review and update Metro's least advertising space policy. We will need to make some revisions to the TDM program based on the ordinance changes. Vision Zero annual report, Amtrak alternatives. We haven't had the public hearing to remove RP3 parking from Midvale Boulevard. You heard Renee talking about Midvale earlier. So there's a lot of discussion about where that project might end up. So we may, at some point, we'll see that back again because what we approve for Safe Streets Madison can't proceed until we actually have a hearing and approve removing that RP3 parking unless they make some additional changes. Rutledge Street project is coming, and e-bike speeds and speed policy on shared youth path. And that's just for the January 17th meeting. So we'll have to see if we can fit that all in, or we may push some off because Amtrak by itself is going to be probably a long discussion. So anybody have anything else that you would like to see on a future agenda? I'm tracking all of the others that you had talked about. Yang, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Anne. I'll be really quick. Since I think some of the members is aware of this already and has been asking. So I want to let the committee know that we're going to have some really good news very soon that we're going to release like in the next couple of days. There's some early release on that, but we're asked be working together with US DOT on this. So just want to see that we're receiving a major grant program, and
awesome.
Yeah, I'll share that with you officially very soon. So thank you. For all.
Oh, that's great news, Yang. Very, very good news. We'll look forward to hearing that officially. Anybody have any other items for future agenda? Okay, like I said, I'm tracking all your other suggestions that we made. So before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to say everybody have a safe and happy holiday. Can't believe this is our last meeting for 2023. So the next time we see each other will be 2024 in the new year. So everybody be safe and enjoy the holidays. And I need a motion to adjourn. Robbie.
Move adjournment.
Harold, a second. And we are going to assume a unanimous consent vote for sure. And thanks for bearing with us. We had a lot of good discussion again tonight. And thanks so much for all your feedback and input.
Thank you.